Good afternoon and welcome to the regular meeting of the Pitkin County Board of Commissioners on Wednesday, April 26th. And I'm going to go to Phyllis to see if we have any additions or deletions to the agenda.
Yes, there is one deletion. Number 3, resolution recognizing an amendment to the boundary of the Castle Creek Caucus. That will be scheduled for a later date.
So
I do
we're
not have a date certain,
deleting
though.
or tabling, it doesn't matter.
So do we need a motion
Is it
to
table?
strike it from
Just
the
delete?
agenda today?
They don't know when it's coming back.
Or is
I'll
that
make a
enough?
motion to amend the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor to the amend the agenda to exclude item number 3 under individual consideration items. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, thank you, Phyllis. And now we're going to turn to public comments. Is there anybody here who'd like to make a public comment about the item that is not on the agenda today? Okay, Ellen?
Perfect.
Here? Okay. Good morning, or good afternoon. My name's Ellen Anderson, and I'm a concerned citizen. Two things. First of all, I wanted to thank you. Apparently, it seems like you heard me when I asked for improvements in the process to appoint task forces and subcommittees. And at the last Airport Advisory Board, there was a handout handed out saying these are the rules and guidelines. So thank you very much for that. So hopefully it'll go a lot smoother the next time. And I just wanted to say thank you for listening. Thank you so much. The second item is about the United commercial flight out of ASE that was a curfew violation on January 16th, and that still is in limbo as of, best I could tell, 10:15 this morning. The short version is I was a person who heard the violation. I made a complaint. I believe in February you guys went into executive session and decided to go ahead with the enforcement of the code for the curfew violation. It was after 10:30 p.m. And then the county attorney's office, I'm leaving out a lot of steps, did ask the sheriff's department to serve a summons, and that summons was on Heidi Kowar, who's the station manager for SkyWest. Anyway, and the date was last week ago yesterday. As a concerned citizen, I went to court just to listen in, and I was surprised when the court clerk said, no, it's been deleted. I said, deleted? Anyway, long story short, I talked to Rye, and he said, no, we dismissed it. And I said, dismissed? Why? He said, well, we think the sheriff's department summons the wrong person. It shouldn't have been Heidi. And I said, well, who would it be? And he said he wasn't sure. I said, well, when do you think you might have some movement? And he said, well, I hope to get it done by Friday, which would have been last Friday. I've been checking with everybody, and as far as I can tell, there's been no movement. Now, this is over 3 months old, and I'm just wondering, you know, I'm concerned that it takes that long for a curfew violation, and as far as I know, still nobody's been summoned. That's my information as of 10:15 today.
John?
Can we move it along?
Yes.
I don't know anything about it.
Ellen has more information than I do, so I'll have to.
Definitely more than I have. Okay.
So we can get with Rye and then get back to Ellen.
Sure.
Yeah, and
I would assure Ellen that our board gave direction to enforce.
yeah. Well, I'm here to tell you
the
that
airline.
it's stalled. And, you know, who was it who said justice delayed is justice something or other not served or something like that? It just shouldn't take 3.5 months to get a curfew violation into adjudication. And I'm concerned. I had the feeling, and it's just my feeling, I have no proof, that if I hadn't squawked last Tuesday and said, hey, what happened? It would have just sort of evaporated. Because everybody seemed real surprised. Diane Jackson didn't know anything about it. Dan Bartholomew didn't know anything about it. It was very blah, blah, blah. You get the point. As a citizen, I'm saying, can you direct staff to move this along so it's done in a more timely way?
Thank you.
Well,
Okay.
Kelly's right, though. We had directed enforcement, and there's a process, and,
Yeah.
but, yeah, we'll find out.
Okay. Thanks so much. Thanks.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thanks, Ellen.
Is there anybody else who'd like to make public comment this morning? Anybody online, Abby?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we'll move on to consent items. This is
Commissioner
Commissioner
comments.
comment.
Commissioner comments. So good there's 5 of us. Are there any commissioner comments this morning? Patty?
It snowed, again. I want everybody to know the roads were extremely slippery. There was a great deal of heavy, wet snow. We have a lot of tree branches down, so again, please be careful. Please slow down on Highway 82. There were a lot of accidents that happened between yesterday and this morning. People just going too fast. Even when that road doesn't have snow on it, people need to slow down on Highway 82. So I just want to get that message out there. So many of the accidents we've been seeing on that highway could have been avoided if people were, number one, not speeding, and number two, paying attention. So please, we just ask you to be fair and think about others on the highway when you're driving. Thanks.
Thank you, Patty. Steve?
Yeah, I'd like to pass on a message. It's actually from John McBride, a near neighbor of mine, and the Elk Creek Road that goes up to McCabe Ranch and McBride's Ranch has always been problematic in terms of maintenance because it goes through a swampy area and the road heaves up and down. And the county staff put a whole, the road and bridge crew hauled a whole bunch of road base up there from the landfill this sometime during the winter time. That had a whole bunch of metal pieces in it from rebar and remesh and things that the people up there were picking it up to try to prevent their tires from being punctured. But now John gave me a call, and I guess the road has heaved again, which is what it does, like these frost heaves every year, and it's in the part that's going through a wet area. And I think, I've looked at it before, and I think the solution would take a major overhaul of the road to make it right, but I think it all needs to be dug out and have fabric put down on top of the wet part, and then put rock and gravel and road base to make it so it doesn't do that every year. So I'm just passing that message on, and I want everybody to be aware, most of our county roads are in really good shape, but that one stretch for about 100 yards every year is just awful.
Thank you, Steve.
Francie?
Greg?
I would just want to say, somebody made the comment yesterday, which I thought was brilliant. One of my fellow board members.
Must have been me.
It must
I
have been,
wasn't
could have
here.
been you. Yeah, oh, you weren't here. I really would love it if we could attach page numbers to where things start in the agenda, because I do spend a lot of time going back and forth. I dip in and then go back.
That was Steve's comment.
Was
I
that
think.
Steve's comment? If page numbers could be posted, even if they're approximate on the agendas, the way the new, and it does take several more clicks to get into the agenda. I discover the way I'm getting in there now with the new website. I just think it would be that much easier to be able to access things for the public and for me. And I use the public website.
I don't think there's more clicks for me to get in. It just tells you
You've got
there's a new
fewer
portal,
clicks.
and then you go there and you click on agenda or packet, and it uploads it. And
I
do you
think-
go through Civic Clerk or something?
I go right off the public. I think
Yeah, that's what I do.
always access it through the public
That's what I do.
portal.
Well,
And it
anyway.
seems like, anyway.
But it doesn't say, this agenda item is on page something or other.
Wouldn't it be
but-
nice if it
So it
did?
takes some scrolling.
I think what's confusing, the meeting overview has individual documents, but the
Right.
meeting documents is all one.
Right.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
there's a,
So it's a little,
Yeah,
so
so
it's,
you
a
have to
lot, it's
scroll.
500
Intuitive.
pages. right.
yeah.
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 Especially the
I'm pretty good at
1,000-page
finding it.
ones where you're scrolling and scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. And
If anyone needs to know the page numbers,
Oh,
I
so
always write them down.
Oh,
by
you
each
could-
the first
could
time through,
share
that's
that
such a
with
good
us.
Then I
idea.
can
We could
find
do
it,
that.
so
he could share that with us before the meetings. Gosh, Steve, thank you.
You know what? I'm going to be the expert. I'm setting up a meeting. Remember, I'm the older person that's a computer
You're
not.
the Luddite, yes.
Yeah, I'm your volunteer.
You're considerably younger than Steve or I.
Thank
Just
you.
saying.
But I'm setting up a meeting with IT to come up with what we need to do and how we can do it more efficiently for both the Board of Commissioners and for the public as a whole.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Thanks for that. That was my
Kelly?
comment.
I have some thanks and congratulations. I'd like to thank our road and bridge crew, who I'm sure wish they were transitioning to spring work, but are still doing a good job, I think, taking care of our roads right now with the snow. I want to thank Ski-Co. I wish they were still hard at work too, because I would take advantage of it, but what a
No
great
kidding.
season it was. And, you know, so many thanks to everyone who worked really hard on keeping everybody safe on the hill this year. And then I want to give some congratulations to Aspen Public Radio, who won a bunch of awards this weekend at the Colorado Broadcasters Association and the Society of Professional Journalists for their work in the newsroom reporting on our region.
Nice to hear.
Well, I would just add that this weather, while it's bringing us lots of moisture, is very hard on our ranchers and the baby calves, and it's getting really old, especially the nighttime snows. And I am really looking forward to some sunshine this week, which I think is coming. So, yes.
Well, one more thing, I just noticed that the county road up Aspen Mountain is being plowed today.
Yes. Oh wow.
And if anybody is up there thinking they can get to the top and ski down unobstructed, be extremely careful, because there will be in for a major shock if you come to one of the places where the road is no longer snow but down to mud.
That would suck.
They've actually been working on the 1A side for a couple weeks because they closed that side of the mountain. So that's where and I know it personally because I know who's doing the work. So right now they're pretty much on the 1A side, but they're going to be going over because they have a project they need to get started up above Bonnie's.
Buttermilk was completely white today. It was amazing. Not a single bare spot in sight.
I know.
Really something. Any more commissioner comments? Okay, now we're going to move on to the consent items. And the first one is the minutes of April 11, 2023, regular meeting, and April 18th, special meeting. And the second one is a 2023 Advanced Life Support Vehicle Permit. So does anybody want to pull either of those from the consent?
Nope. I'll make a motion to approve both those items on the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Aye. Now we'll move on to individual consideration items. The first one which is item number 3, has been deleted. The next one is the ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners approving the purchase of 608 Lakeside Drive in Basalt. I think Jody's going to talk to us about that.
Yes, thank you. Jody Smith, I'm the Asset Director in Employee Housing. And today we are here to talk about the county entering into a contract to purchase a condominium with the Deed Restricted Fund and Housing Assessment Funds program. This unit is at 608 Lakeside Drive. It's in Willits. It's a 1-bed, 1-bath unit. It has a nice storage unit, 2 parking spaces, and it's near shopping, medical centers, recreation. There's bike paths. It has a view of the lake over there at Willits, and it's right next to the RAFTA bus stop, so for public transportation. Again, this unit would be purchased as one of our county employee housing units, which is something that the board has committed to assisting with. The purchase is $620,000, and this is first reading and ordinance to approve the contract, if you wish. And we're here to answer questions.
Any questions for Jody? Well, I guess we need a motion to continue it to the second reading on May 10th, 2023.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
All right, we'll see you again on May 10th, Jody.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
The next item is an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners adopting the 2023 addendum to the North Star Nature Preserve Management Plan 2020 REUSFS Wildwood Recreation Management and Enforcement, and Gary will talk to us about that.
Sure. Get a map up for everybody. I think you guys know this area well, but just in case. You can do this. Do I have to share it, or?
And here's Rye.
Mm,
One of those is mine, so
And it is good that Raj showed up too, because,
it's always good that I show up.
yes, you need the
Absolutely,
legal
Raj.
background,
We all
so.
feel that way.
Ah. So I'm Gary Tenenbaum, I'm the Director of Picken County Open Space and Trails, and I'm here with Richard Neely, the County Attorney, and we have been working with the Forest Service to find a way to get our rangers to be able to enforce out at the Wildwood parcel. And we've been working on this for a while. The background here is 8 years ago, when we updated the North Star Management Plan in 2015, we wanted to work with the Forest Service on the Wildwood put-in. The Wildwood put-in is the popular boat launch for the float down the Roaring Fork River to North Star. It is owned and land owned and managed by the Forest Service. And the reality of the Forest Service is obviously they got a lot of other properties and priorities and stuff going on that they did not have the ability to manage this area. And we were starting to get some major problems. The use at the put-in has exploded over the last 8 to 10 years, and it went from kind of a quiet, contemplated, kind of like people just coming out and kayaking that, and then all of a sudden the tubing world and the paddleboarding world started to come there. So the county, in the North Star Management Plan of 2015, we really started to look for ways to assist in the management of that area. And what we have done to date is that we have, we currently fund a forest protection officer. The county open space funds $50,000 a year to Forest Service. It's not a law enforcement officer, but it's a forest protection officer. And Kevin's been here explaining it to you guys what the difference is, but that position can actually enforce parking and other regulations within the forest. They can't deal with criminal activity. But so we've been doing that since 2016. That has really helped a ton because the parking on that road was quite a nightmare. It's still not perfect today, but it's a lot better than it used to be. Wildwood School could not get their boats out. The neighbors were up in arms. And, that was the first step that we have taken. And since then, we actually partner with ACES, and we fund ACES naturalists. And the ACES naturalists are out there. They're at the parking area, but we also would like them to be in the preserve, educating the public. I think they've become kind of parking attendants over time, and that is not something that they really are geared to do. And so, we've been working with the Forest Service on trying to find a way, because our rangers are there too, but our rangers have zero enforcement capability at this site. We can call in the sheriff. The sheriff can enforce on Forest Service lands. You have an IGA with the forest to do that. It's just that, as we know, the sheriff, their deputies are busy. And, trying to get a deputy here at times, we can deal with it for an emergency situation or a big blockage of that road, but it's not something that can happen all the time. So, about a month ago, the Forest Service came to me and said, hey, our attorney has potentially found a way that we could allow the rangers to enforce at Wildwood. And I think there's a change in the Forest Service overall. They want to work with local jurisdictions to be able to help manage these areas. And so they are looking for better ways to facilitate that. And they know we've been in conversations with them about a potential land exchange here, so the county could fully manage this area. But in the meantime, they have found a way, and Rye can explain the legal nuances of all of it, but they have found a way that if we do an addendum to the North Star Management Plan and include this Wildwood area, and so I can zoom out a little bit there. Don't join audio. Hate that. So, if we do an addendum to the North Star Management Plan and add Wildwood area to the management plan, then we can enforce the regulations that are within the North Star Management Plan today. And so that would include, as you saw in the addendum, that would include all of these violations that we now can enforce under the county code, not just the Forest Service. The Forest Service will be able to enforce all these, but so will the county. And we'll be able to do it under our Title 12 regulations, which is a bigger fine than the Forest Service fines. So all of these are actions that we can do. The Forest Service would create a special order. The special order would include this, and basically from then on, our rangers would be able to do that. And so, the biggest question we're going to have is, what do we do with commercial use? And we're working on that with the Forest Service. And so we're in that kind of learning area of, could we limit it? Maybe, but maybe not. And so that's going to take a little bit more time, but we can enforce the current regulations that are there today. And the current regulations are that they get a commercial use permit with the county. The Forest Service gives them a letter that allows them to operate here, and that we then, have limited the numbers of people that can go out there. And so that will be included on this. Any future changes is we can deal with this in our commercial use violations. So in the future, if we choose not to allow any commercial use, it would be a commercial use permit violation, and we'll be able to enforce on that. So this special order and this addendum covers any future potentials of what we want to do. The limitation of public use out there is still a big question, because the Forest Service, as in other areas like in Conundrum and Four Pass Loop, they do go through a pretty large process to look at any permits or use limitations. But at least on commercial use, we're still working with them. We have met with the neighbors. Some of them are here behind me. And we've been meeting with the Wildwood School too. And so, there's still questions on where we can go and what kind of parking we can do and all of this stuff. But this today is really a piece of the puzzle to allow our rangers to enforce county regulations here. It's a huge step in the right direction for enforcement. And today it's like, if we see a parking violation, we can tell the person that you're not allowed to park there. But if they choose to park there, then we have to call in somebody else. And the Forest Service the Forest Protection Officer is not there all the time. Our rangers are. We actually, in the 2023 budget, we added an additional full-time ranger. And one of the reasons why we did that was to have more coverage in this area, which means 7 days a week, and we're going to have a ranger on the North Star area during the busy float season. And the reason why we're trying to rush this through is to make sure that the Forest Service has time to create this special order in time for the busy float season, which this year could be a really long one and a busy one. And it could start probably about mid-May. And we're hoping that, this is first reading. We'll have second reading on the 10th. And hopefully then the special order will be created pretty quickly after that. And we can start enforcing right away. And then continue to have the conversations about commercial use in the future, and continue the conversation about, is a land exchange the best for the future management. I don't know if Rye wanted to add the details on how we're doing this, but
Well, before I get there, and I don't know if I need to get into that too much until I hear commissioner questions, but I did want to clean up the record a little bit. So what I handed out to you all are changes to the ordinance and the addendum that have been made since the packet was pushed out on Friday last week. So what is up on the screen right now, the list of violations is different than what is in what I passed out right now. Not substantially, but the intent of the changes between what is in the packet and is what is in the record that I just provided to you, and I've provided to Jeanette and Julia. These list of regulations here are designed to mirror the federal regulations that the Forest Service order will overlay on the Wildwood parcel. So that is a difference between what is in the packet and what I just handed out to you. Now, they substantially accomplish the same goals, in my opinion. They're just worded in a way that mirrors the regulations that the Forest Service is able to place on the Wildwood property.
this is it. Sorry, I brought
Thanks.
up the wrong version,
Yeah.
but this is the one, and it's basically the same. It's just when all of a sudden you got to the legal language, you had to match their legal language.
So I think that's all I have at the moment, unless there's any specific questions. I mean, the legal authority to implement our open space regulations is in Picken County Code Title 12. And Title 12 allows enforcement of our open space regulations on OST properties, as well as properties where we have reached an agreement with the underlying property owner. We do this all the time on properties where we have leases and easements, trail easements, lease agreements with the state, easements with private property owners. We enforce our Title 12 regulations on those properties. So we are really using that Title 12 language to allow the BOCC's ordinance authority to legislate and create regulations for the Open Space and Trails Department enforcement on the U.S. Forest Service Wildwood property. So that's how we got here. We've been back and forth with the United States Department of Agriculture attorney and the Forest Service on this effort, and that effort will continue throughout this year, and we'll continue to evaluate our ability to regulate commercial use up there. So
And the Forest Service would be here, but they are, Kevin is out this week, but he can show up for second reading to answer any questions on that. But the local people are fully supportive of this, because they just know that having more enforcement out there is critical, and they're very excited that they found a way to do this and, moving forward.
Any questions from commissioners? Steve?
I was wondering if we could have any of the neighbors make comments right now.
Is your mic on?
I was wondering if we could have any of the neighbors make comments right now, since they are here, they live right there, they probably know this situation better than anybody, aside from maybe Gary. And they're sort of expert witnesses, I think, but I don't know. I'd be able to.
I'd support that.
You support that?
Can I
I'd
make
like to ask one question before we do that. Oh, do you have one? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Pat.
I just have a comment. I think it's great that the Forest Service found a way in which to enable us to do this. It's something we've been talking about for a long time. We've had issues up there And I think it needs to be very clear to the public that this isn't ongoing as to how we can resolve all of the issues, but this is a huge step for us to be able to have somebody who can actually enforce on a consistent basis. Because, you know, it's great to have rules, but if you don't have a way to enforce them, what good are the rules? So I think this is a huge step for us. And I look forward to working with the neighbors up there and seeing what other issues and what else we might want to be considering in the future.
When you mentioned May 15th, I'm just wondering whether we have any kind of monitoring about what if we have super high water, and do we have restrictions in place and that kind of thing?
Well, we do put, the hardest part is restrictions on a public waterway is really difficult because you have the right to float. But we have done in the past is once the rivers get to a certain point and you can't get safely under those bridges and you cannot trespass, we put those signs up that you can no longer get under there. And that's when we push people to Southgate and because there's no bridges to go under. But yeah, we watch for the safety thing, but in the end, it is a personal decision. Last year, we had a beaver dam the entire year, which was great. That's what we wanted. We wanted to leave the beaver dams alone. And people had to maneuver around or through the beaver dam, and so we let everybody know, and they chose to do that on their own. And so this year, it's the same thing. The high water will do the same thing. Every year with high water, we put the signs up, and our rangers will be out there telling people you cannot get under here, and go to Southgate.
Can I ask
Okay.
about what's the status on the beaver dams this year?
They're still there. I don't think they'll be there for long. I have a feeling the water this year could be high enough to knock them out. And so
Right.
this past year, the water never got high enough to really push through. But we have put in the North Star Management Plan that humans are not allowed to mess with the thing. The only time we'll ever mess with a beaver dam is if it's impacting infrastructure, like if it's impacting a bridge or a road, that's different. But other than that, you know, you have to leave the beaver dam intact.
Got it.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, welcome. If you would introduce yourself.
Hello,
and-
my name is Elizabeth Boyles, and my husband Edgar and our two boys live on the Wildwood Lane, and since 1975.
70.
We
Lucky you.
made a film in 2017 so that we wouldn't just come before the commissioners as neighbors complaining. We just made a film and showed what was happening on the river. So we're reaching out for help. Since that time, the river use has grown. 12,000 river users, 85% of those accessed the river through the Wildwood Lane. The Wildwood Lane was issued a special use permit for the construction and operation of a preschool environmental preschool. And so that permit is a private road easement for the use of the school and the 3 residences on the road. There was never any parking designated along the lane, only parking for the school in front of the school. The fire marshal would not approve fire insurance for the school unless we designated a fire lane. So the Wildwood Lane Association met with the forest supervisor, and the forest sign engineer came out, and we had to measure exactly the distance of the sign, the types of the signs. But the Lane Association put the fire lane signs in place. That has greatly decreased the parking, but there was not a designated parking area. There was an area that we had to have for snow storage, for plowing. So we've performed all the maintenance costs of the road since 1973, and we have been inundated with this traffic. The commercial operation, I think, was well intended, but the commercial use has greatly increased. They advertise and they promote. And I know, because I've been in conversation with Morgan Smith, who was the son of James Smith, and their family made a $275,000 donation of the North Star Nature Preserve. The Nature Conservancy made an $824,000 payment to the family. So the family, it was what is called a bargain sale, where it's partial donation and partial purchase. The family has requested no commercial use of the nature preserve. And our feeling is that the commercial use greatly impacts the preserve as a preserve. The commercial use takes it out of so many categories of prioritizing the elk herd and the avian populations and even the boreal toad. So we're not in favor of commercial use. And a parking area was created without ever contacting the Wildwood Lane Association for any kind of approval or talking to the sign officer, evidently, about putting that signage in place to have it. Just this area was created, and so then it causes a problem because a double parking was encouraged. People are backing up into the fire lane, so we still have a traffic issue. And yes, we have called and asked for ticketing help, but the addendum, which is based on an emergency procedure for public safety, and I feel like the public safety issues have been caused by all this implementation. But it's also including the land exchange. And we're not in favor of the land exchange. None of the neighbors are in favor of the land exchange.
What are your concerns about the land exchange?
You state that the Wildwood School has not
I'm
said
talking.
that
I'm talking about the Wildwood
The
Lane
property owners, the three
Association,
property owners.
and the Wildwood School has been working with the Forest Service, and they were hoping to be able to purchase directly from the Forest Service the land that the school sits on. And there were we had received advice from people that this could be possible for them. But
So let me ask you this, are you in opposition to this management plan that we're looking at for this summer?
For parking enforcement?
Yeah.
Enforcement?
Having the OST manage the
we're not
situation?
in favor of parking on the Wildwood Lane. There's only room for a turnaround, but we're not in favor of commercial use. 15 commercial operators, 10,000 people.
Yeah, I've been there. Okay, well, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Any commissioner comments?
Is that the one?
Patty?
Again, yeah, I think the land exchange and the commercial use are subjects that we'll be discussing at length further at another time. And I think in the interim, it's critical for us to have enforcement capabilities on this property to try and better manage what's existing now. Not that that's going to continue possibly in the future, we don't know. But for right now, for this summer, I think we need to have enforcement in place.
I want to ask you, Rai, something about where Mrs. Wild, is that right, Wild? What's her name?
My name's Elizabeth Boyles.
Yeah, okay, so anyway, what she said about the terms not at the time of bequest of the property or the exchange of the property, not allowing any commercial use. So is that a legal impediment right now to the commercial operators that are working there?
It's not in it was never in the purchase agreement. The family might.
It was a wish.
There's nothing in any of the purchase agreements or anything else in North Star about no commercial use, because commercial use was originally allowed in 2000 through a management plan. And, you know, we have also talked to Morgan Smith, and, you know, maybe the family doesn't want it, but, you know, we're trying to manage a resource, and he has spoken to us, and he's just like, hey, you guys have to manage this kind of big change that's happened out there. So they're not going to get involved as a family.
Why do we manage it with commercial use?
It's a good question, because the reality for us is when we started in 2015, you know, the Forest Service, since we don't own the put-in and the takeout, to say no, we thought at the time that commercial use could help take care of some of that private use that was just exploding. Because if you have just one van with people and you do that, but then when you have it all going on and it's all getting bigger, you know, it's unintended consequences that might not happen. Plus, we did not know at the time if we could magically, if we said no commercial use, the Forest Service has their own outfitter permits. So people could apply for the outfitter permits from the Forest Service for this parcel. So we didn't want to get in conflict with that. So right now, we are in that realm of, could we use this as a way to eventually limit, or if you guys want, and the community wants, to limit or stop commercial use? Can we do this through this, and then could we enforce that? And there's definitely, you know, the Forest Service is, you know, that they're working through this issue. That's why they don't have an answer for us today. I'm setting a meeting with the neighbors and the Forest Service, hopefully in the next week or two, to discuss this, because it's their world on what they can do. Because if we all of a sudden said no, does this special order allow us to then enforce no? And then, or could one of these outfitters that actually get outfitter permits on a lot of other forests come in and ask? We got to work that one out. The Forest Service, I asked Kevin Warner specifically, and he's like, we're not there to give you an answer right today. But hopefully throughout this, you know, in the next 3 or 4 months we could see if we could work on a way to do it. The parking piece, the road association has a special use permit from the forest, and the parking piece is something that we're not providing it. I mean, they brought up a sign. It's good that they brought it up, because we didn't put it out, and the neighbors didn't put it out, and the Forest Service didn't put it out. And it was about the double parking and all of this stuff. And so, you know, the parking piece is also something that we want to talk about, because we could potentially do some work before this season on parking. So that's all being worked out. But what we're asking you today is really just to allow the North Star to be amended to add this addendum, so we can then enforce whatever we come up with. Is it no parking and just a turnaround? Is it no commercial use? All of these things can be enforced within this, in this addendum today. So we can't get to that point of just saying no to all of these things. Plus, a lot of these commercial operators already have permits for this year. We do that back in February and March.
We being OST?
The Open Space and Trails, and the Forest Service does all of their outfitting permitting in the early parts of this year too. So
You need a permit from the Forest Service and from OST to go from Wildwood to the takeout.
Need authorization from the Forest Service and a permit from Open Space and Trails to operate commercially,
But-
both at the Wildwood parcel, which is owned by the Forest Service, and the North Star property, which of course is owned by the Board of County Commissioners.
But private users do not need
Private
permits.
users do not need a permit.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm hearing is that you're asking us to approve a management plan for which you have no specifics at this time.
I don't believe that's
No.
correct.
we're doing an addendum that includes Wildwood in the North Star Management Plan. So all the regulations within the current North Star Management Plan will be enforceable at Wildwood. What do you mean?
No, the specific regulations that are enforceable at Wildwood are
Or
those
those.
listed in the ordinance.
Those
But those are
listed in the ordinance and the addendum to, that is, I handed out to you today. They're listed on page 2 of the
Right.
ordinance and page 6 of the addendum.
But those are the
Those
ones that
the
are in North Star too.
regulations that are enforced pursuant to the ordinance that is in front of the board today.
And so
One of the,
we-
I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
And so we would be granting OST the ability to enforce these 11 items without having to call in the United States Forest Service or anything.
That
Or
is
a share.
correct.
That's basically what the ask is.
Yes.
Correct. And you'll note that items, and there's no new numbers next to them, but the last two, item 10 and 11, are enforcement of operating without a commercial use permit issued by Pickens County. So if you are a commercial user or a business attempting to utilize the Wildwood parcel and you do not have a commercial use permit from Pickens County, that would be a violation that could be enforced by the Open Space and Trails Ranger Department, or frankly, the sheriff too, but I don't think that's the goal of this right now, as is violating the terms of the commercial use permit issued by Pickens County. So when Pickens County Open Space and Trails issues a commercial use permit, there are conditions of approval in that permit. Usually the number of individuals or number of days, whatever it is, other commercial limitations on their operation. Those can also be enforced through this ordinance that is in front of the board right now.
And are there penalties associated with the enforcement?
There are, and I actually have a note on my ordinance right here that I need to add the specific penalties to the ordinance. The penalties are generally intended to align with the penalties that are set out in Title 12 of the Land Use Code, which is a penalty assessment, I'm sorry, not the Land Use Code, Title 12 of the County Code, which is the Open Space and Trails regulations that lays out the penalty assessment for ordinance violations. And generally that is a graduated scale of financial penalties up to $1,000 a day based on, you know, multiple violations. I can't recall off the top of my head what the first one is, but we lay that out in Title 12. Gary can probably recall
It's
what the
a-
first violation is.
It's $100 for the first violation, which is significantly more than the Forest Service tickets, and it's $500 for a second, and then it goes to $1,000 for third and subsequent. And we've also added that if it's subsequent, after a certain subsequent, we can actually ask for a civil, complaint on this. And so, anyway, so that's why this is. The critical piece is usually if we put our tickets, because right now parking, the sheriff has a parking ticket of $25 and the Forest Service's ticket is $50. And so our ticket's $100. And being able to give a $100 ticket at a parking area is usually the biggest deterrent that we can do, because $25, that's the cost of parking in Aspen, for a couple hours. 100 gets attention, and we don't really ever issue 500 and plus. Every once in a while, but most of the time, a $100 ticket will do it. So the goal of this is really to allow the rangers who will be there the most. Our Pickens County Rangers are going to be there. They're there most of every single day during the floating season, and for most of the major times that people are floating. And so they will be able to enforce at the point of problems, because what we have seen in the past is it's gotten a lot better. It is not nearly the chaos. But working with the neighborhood association, if we change the parking this year, which we could, look, it's not our parking, the Forest Service has to change the parking. We don't direct the parking. But if the Forest Service decides to change the parking, we could enforce that this year, and it'll usually take a couple weeks of pretty significant enforcement to affect change.
Okay, so I guess what I was asking before about not having any specifics refers only to the parking. I mean, the items 3 through 11 are very clear. I mean, you're blasting your radio, that's pretty obvious. But the parking seems pretty undelineated. I've been up there and the parking's pretty confusing. It's been a couple of years, and there were people double parking for sure. And, but there was a ranger there. It was a Forest Service ranger, actually, I think, when I was there. And so he was telling people where to park. So is that what we're going to do? We're going to tell people where to park, and then if they park somewhere else, they're in violation? I mean,
Well, what
Or
we're
will
going
it
to
be-
do is work with the Wildwood Lane Association first and the Forest Service to come up with those. What is the parking? And then get that posted, and then, we can enforce on the posted regulations. So currently, the forest, we just haven't, kind of worked on the parking too much, because in the end, this is not our parcel.
okay.
And so that's why we're slowly moving in the direction of managing this parcel. And I agree with the neighbors that we need to define this parking. And if the Forest Service doesn't want this double parking, we need to stop the double parking and not allow that to happen. I mean, we were at first, we were like amazed with people's ingenuity to figure out ways to get more cars, but in the end, if it's blocking and not creating a good enough turnaround, let's work together to figure it out. And that'll happen. I just got an email while I'm in here. The Forest Service is looking at a meeting next week. So
I have another question, but are there other people with questions? Kelly?
I have a few questions and comments sort of mixed in. I guess I would say, in just reaction to your most recent comment, that 1 and 2 together seem to provide a lot of latitude. Because on the one hand, it says posted instructions, and on the other hand, it says violating convenience of any person is something that can be enforced on, which I interpret to give a lot of latitude to whoever's doing that enforcement, our rangers, if we adopt this. I would like to understand, can you just explain a little bit more what our commercial permit requirements are? Because are they allowed to park there, or are they just drop off and leave? There's like a certain number of permits we issue, a certain number they're allowed to do in a day. Can you flesh that out a
currently,
little?
the commercial use permit allows, they can only drop off and pick up. There's no parking. And it's a limitation of 6 people total. Even if they have a guide, it's 6 people, it's 5 with the guide. So the guide's 6. And so that is where we've come today. And so they don't park, and we limit the amount of people they can launch at one time. The big issue we've been having is some of the groups end up merging, and they're all the same group. And so we've been ticketing, but we can't ticket when we see it happening at Forest. We can ticket once it gets to North Star. This will allow us to just stop it right there.
And they can do that as many times in a day as they can run shuttle.
Right. And, well, there's other regulations on drop-off and stuff. They can't drop 2,700 people off at one time. It's basically they drop 6, and then they have a certain period of time. They got to get in there and get out, and then they would have to go out and go get a new person, a new group from Aspen, and they can bring it in. And so even though, there are 11 or 12 commercial permits out there, there's only 4 that really use it. And with this action and future action by the Forest Service, we need to have that conversation. Can we limit this more? Because it's in our North Star Management Plan to look at that. And it's one of the reasons why we felt the land exchange, I kind of disagree with the neighbors. I think the land exchange is actually the best way for you guys to then fully control what happens at Wildwood, because then you could say no commercial use. You can easily institute a permit system if you feel that's necessary. Where the Forest Service, we just don't have that ability right away. We can deal with the parking, we can deal with the turnarounds, With the forest, you know, you're dealing with, this is the national forest, this is everybody's land, and it usually has to go through a National Environmental Policy Act process to do some major limitations. Now, could we play with that on the commercial use? Maybe, and we're looking into that, and we're definitely gonna continue that conversation. It's not gonna change probably for this year, but if we can start enforcing better and come up with a better option and potentially deal with some of the parking issues, our goal is always to make it better. And I feel like we have. I feel like the rangers and all the regulations in the management plan have made it better. Is it perfect? No, but we can continue to work on that.
And how often do you guys do a count of
Every year.
users on the river? Like in a day or whatever, like what does that look like?
We do count. We have a camera that's out there, so we
Right.
watch the counts every. There's in your packet, we kind of put the user numbers in there, and so the counts are not by people. The count is done by a camera and a trail counter. We try to combine the two. It's hard to do a trail counter and a camera on the river. We've gotten pretty good of capturing most all of the use, but it's a river, it floats, and you get branches that move in front of the camera, and you get
Sure.
birds, and we've got
A
great
moose
pictures
here
of
and there.
herons, and you name it. So that's how we monitor it. We monitor it with a camera, so we're trying to get a pretty accurate count of people that are floating through.
Okay, and then we're missing some language here in the bottom of this, and I'm wondering what we're missing.
Bottom of page
just
6,
ends.
we have a sentence that just died.
It's on the screen.
Oh, there it
the
is.
very
It is, yeah,
last
very
line.
last sentence on the screen.
Okay, so it says, in the future, OSD will continue to work with you see it up on top. We can change the way that's written.
Oh,
It's just a
got
little
it.
confusing.
Yeah, it is confusing. It's just the way, when the Forest Service when we had to add all the language of the Forest Service regulations, it kind of spread out those violations, so we can reformat that. And Jessie's listening, and she'll probably have that done in
And do
5
we need
minutes.
to enter into an IGA with the Forest Service to do this?
I don't think we do at this point. We have entered into an IGA with the Forest Service for other activities, but with respect to enforcing these regulations up there, the county's ordinance authority allows us to implement regulations that cover this property, and the Forest Service has, acquiesced to that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Sure. Next steps in the process, we've got a 2-step part public hearing after this, or is it a one?
So this is a ordinance. Today is first reading. It is not a public hearing. Second reading is set for May 10th, and that is scheduled for a public hearing. So more public comment would be taken by the board at that time.
Got it. So we'll be accepting written and oral comment again, just so you all know, coming back. I wanted to ask a couple questions just regarding, we do have, I know the number of commercial licenses has gone from, I think, 1 for many, many years up to, is it 11 now or something like that? So I understand thinking that the commercial operators might actually be more responsible than just your typical boater. And I don't know, I guess there's some question about whether that worked or not. And so I would certainly invite trying to reduce the number of commercial operators going forward. Then when we do a land exchange, if we do a land exchange, which is a multi-year process, it would take a long time, what happens to the road? I guess if the road is an easement from the Forest Service, does then the road become an easement to the property owners from the county? And so is it a county-owned road that is licensed to the, I'm just wondering what are the implications for the landowners?
The existing road, as I understand it, is on the ground. It's obviously built on the ground, but I believe that the United States Forest Service has issued a special use permit or special use authorization for the road. Typically, the Forest Service does not grant an easement across their property. Instead, they utilize a special use authorization to do that.
So what
Um,
happens?
If the county takes ownership of it, I believe the understanding would be that we would ultimately formalize those easements for access to the neighbors' properties.
Got it, okay. I just want to make sure.
We do carry a private road easement.
Maybe
so-
that's the case, and I don't
Yeah,
know
I would
for
just
sure.
encourage neighbors, Boyles in particular, but you have other neighbors there to, let's get together and talk about this with our staff before things go much farther, just so everybody understands what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna encourage that.
I mean, we have not
Outreach.
submitted a proposal for a land exchange. We're still in the conversations with the
Okay,
Forest
so
Service
no,
on that.
no proposal's
No,
been made.
there's
I-
no
yeah.
proposal that's been made.
And it's a
you know,
multi-year process.
We've been looking at ways to potentially use the Small Tracts Act. The Wildwood School tried to find a way to use the Small Tracts Act. The reality is the value of property out in the East Aspen area prohibits the use of the Small Tracts Act. And this parcel is not on any type of disposal list or administrative site list or anything like that. So this is part of the larger national forest. So what the Forest Service has said is this needs to go through a formal land exchange. The Forest Service is looking at doing this administratively because they would like to potentially do this. But, you know, we're gonna have to equalize using county mining claims or other things that are in wilderness areas that are important to the Forest Service. So, you know, we're a ways off before formalizing anything. And so I definitely, we've met with the landowners. We're definitely gonna continue the conversation. We've met with the Wildwood School, and it's gonna take a long time. That's why this interim step we thought was critical, because it could be 2 or 3 or 4 years or never that we do the land exchange. And all of these road issues can be discussed. There's nothing gonna happen tomorrow by any means, or next year.
Okay, great, thank you.
I have just a couple more questions. So is the normal way that people run this stretch of the river that they leave a car at both ends? I have seen bikes go up, like somebody drops off a bike, but other than that,
The hardest part is that, you know, the bikes are a big piece of the puzzle now, because, you know, there is still limited, even with people double parking, there's still limited parking at this area. If we limit it more, that would encourage people to bike more, because you could basically drop off at this area, you drop most of the people off, and then you go and park at the takeout. The takeout has created parking for this, and then you
Right.
could park somewhere there, and then bike
up.
and then do it. So, you know, we're not, that's why we're totally open to conversations with the Wildwood neighbors and the Forest Service on what to do about the parking. And in the end, it's up to the Forest Service to make that determination. But, you know, if this is just a turnaround, you know, it'll take some learning from people, but we could do it. And if we can enforce, we can definitely do it.
And is there parking on the highway near there?
There is not a lot of parking near there on the highway. There are some pullouts, but they're not as close as like where the takeout is. We're definitely going to look at that, because that could be an unintended consequence of
Right.
this. And then all of a sudden we get into a state enforcement issue. And so we got to look at what happens there. But, you know, I think there's ways that we can work on all of this and try to create a little less chaos at the put in.
So the only way to control the number of floaters through the preserve, which obviously didn't ever intend to have 1,000 people a day floating through it when they made it into a preserve, is through parking, because we don't have any control over who's on the water, correct?
You do. If the reality is the Forest Service, you know, has done this in other areas where they will issue permits. And you're talking about public use. Like
I'm talking about
commercially-
public use.
Yeah, public use. So public use, you know, what the Forest Service does is they do a recreation capacity analysis, and they analyze the use and everything else. This is not on their radar to do this at all.
So it'd be
anytime soon.
like Ruby Horse Thief for the Green River, any of that.
Correct.
You have to get a permit.
Right, you would have to get a permit, and then you could float through. And so our question to the Forest Service is, you know, commercial uses aside, is with this special order, could we do that? And could we help them do that? And right now they said no, because public use is different than commercial use. Commercial use is a different piece of the puzzle than public use. Public use usually almost always has to go through some NEPA process to be able to look at the capacity analysis overall, and then what the permit system is and how you make that happen. So the public use piece is more difficult, but commercial will be, I think the commercial is the first step.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, well then, I'm gonna look for a motion to move this on to second reading on May 10th, I think it is.
I would like to make that motion, and I also, I think Greg, you made a good point. We need to let the public know that that is a public hearing. And when we do get to a point of talking the bigger issues up there, I know we'll have a full public process, and it'll be a busy public process. I sat on the board when we did the 2000 management plan, and it was a lot of meetings, and we had a lot of stakeholders in attendance, and I'm hoping that, and I'm sure we will follow much the same process for anything more we do. I mean, it was a big plan, it was a big effort, and you know, with the overall management plan, and I know we updated it not too long ago, year or two.
We updated in 2020, it'll be updated again in 2025.
Okay, so
But
we're in,
the goal of all our management plans are to be adaptable. So if we all feel that we want to make a change, you know, this year, next year, we can do that. And that's why we came to you with this addendum, because we're not really amending the plan, we're just adding Wildwood to
yeah.
the plan.
And I know we've been talking about trying to get some way to enforce up there, so I definitely will make a motion to approve, move it to second reading, public hearing on the 10th, yeah.
Commissioner Clapper, if I may suggest an amendment to your motion, which is that staff add the penalty structure provisions to the ordinance when they bring it back on second
I will
reading.
accept that amendment to clarify that in the addendum.
I'll second the motion.
Thanks, Bri.
All those in favor of the motion with the addition?
Aye.
Say aye.
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 Great, thank you. We hope to see you on the 10th.
Did you say aye?
I did.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks for
Thank
coming.
you.
What was it? Oh. I think so.
Okay, now we have the
We have Rye and Gary.
individual consideration item. This is the first reading, set for public hearing on May 24th. Resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen, accepting a financial contribution to the acquisition of the Moore Ranch Conservation Easements, Covenant and Fee Interest Parcel. And I see Rye, and are you gonna do this, Gary?
I'm here for Dale.
Great.
And Dale said he might zoom in, but I'm not sure if he's there, so either way, doesn't look like he's here, so I
I
don't
told
thi-
him I'd be
All
here,
right.
so.
I don't think it matters too much. This is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners, Pickens County, Colorado, authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Aspen, accepting a financial contribution to the acquisition of the Moore Ranch Conservation Easements, Covenant, and Fee Interest Parcel. So this is a housekeeping cleanup type item that comes out of the Moore transaction, which we actually closed on, gosh, back in, I can't even remember now, sometime earlier this year. In reviewing the ordinance approving the acquisition initially and some of the other documents with Jeanette and Julia Ely, we realized that there was never an ordinance specifically approving the IGA that we have with the City of Aspen to receive their financial contribution to the Moore Ranch project acquisition. That financial contribution is $1 million. The City of Aspen did approve that back in the fall of 2022. Our initial acquisition ordinance contemplated that the city would be contributing the $1 million, but as I said, there was never a specific resolution of this body approving that IGA. So that's what's in front of the board today. Staff's recommendation is that the BOCC approve the IGA with the city of Aspen, and I believe this is a 2 reading. So yeah, public hearing is on May 24th, and set this for a public hearing on May 24th for second reading of the formal ordinance.
I have a
Yeah, Patty.
I want to thank the city. We've thanked them many times, but I definitely want to thank the city staff and the Board of County Commissioners, City Council, and members of their Open Space and Trails Board for supporting our preservation of this incredible piece of property and the view plane as part of the other entrance to Aspen. So I think it's critical, and I see no reason, unless somebody can convince me otherwise, why we would not want to accept this $1 million from the city of Aspen.
So are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion to approve.
I'll second with a comment that
Okay.
I agree with Patty, and this is, I'm glad and grateful that the city recognized the value and the importance of this piece of property, which so many people pass by on a daily basis. It certainly is part, as Patty says, the other entrance to Aspen. And I'm grateful that the city stepped up, and I look forward to getting it done.
And the city also looked at this as, this is a big piece of the Rio Grande corridor. And the Rio Grande corridor is a huge asset to the city. And so, controlling that whole piece there was important for the city.
Yes, Steve.
I'd like to say that the entrance to Aspen starts at the Grand Avenue Bridge in Glenwood. And I'm really glad that the city recognized the value of this back road entrance to Aspen. And I'm reminded of a couple who used to live in Aspen, and they taught at Basalt High School. And every day, down and back, they would drive the slow way all the way down to Old Snowmass and then get on the highway there. So they got to see this view twice a day driving from Aspen, and I always think about them anytime I go on that road. But many thanks to the city for their contribution to this, because it's, not insignificant. It
Well, that was
provided a big percentage of the purchase price.
the city is very excited that you guys made this happen. They've been an incredible partner to the county, and they continue to be so.
Yeah, and I would like to thank both of you and also Dale. I know Dale put in a tremendous amount of work with Tommy, and this is a great accomplishment. It's really an exciting thing. Thank you all so much. I think we could probably vote on it. Oh, go ahead.
I still think this would be a great property to put some sort of banner of saying that we preserved it and who the partners
yeah.
were. Just, there are new people around here that don't know the more, property. They don't know who owns it. They don't know how to associate when they read in the paper, where it is.
Like on McLean's Flats up there?
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend that for most of what we do, but I do think that, that is a place where people are like, oh, I can't wait to, when are they going to put the next big house up here, So I would just suggest that.
Like the one
So
at
we need to
Sunfire.
run that by Greg, though, because of his billboard position.
I know, and I'm share Greg's billboard
It's a
position, I
tiny little
really
barcode.
do.
If it's this big or smaller, I'm okay.
And then you get all the people to stop.
And not
Tack it on a
forever,
fence
just
post.
There is one
maybe
at
for
Sunfire.
the month of July, or something, temporary.
I'd be happy to explore that with the Moore family.
Okay, they may
The
not want
nature of
that,
their
and I understand
generosity
that.
is
First.
often
Make
that
sure
they don't
everything
want
is
that kind of
complete. I know,
recognition,
I know.
so.
The deal is complete, just so you guys all know.
I signed on it. It
We're
was
signed,
great.
we're done, and Tommy's excited, we are excited. This is just a housekeeping piece, and, it's like I always think about your view's protected forever, and it's just a banner for a little while, thanks to the city of
Yeah,
Aspen.
especially when people get their big property tax bill, they might be able to associate, oh, this is what my money got spent on. This is good,
And I did intend to thank Jeanette and Julia for their diligence in keeping track of county records like this. I probably wouldn't have caught this, but they sure did, so they're always watching out for the board and staff, so it's awesome.
Grateful for that.
Thanks, guys.
You guys
we
ready
need
to vote?
Yeah.
All those in favor of
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
moving it to a public hearing on May 24th? Aye.
Thank you.
Why are we going to the 24th?
I believe that Jeanette said there was some noticing issues with the paper.
Okay,
So, anyway.
get her done.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to move on to a public hearing, second readings of individual consideration items. And the first one is an ordinance of the County Commissioners amending ordinance number 013-2020, Pitkin County Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund Citizens Advisory Board bylaws. So we have Lisa McDonald and Lisa Tasker here.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and joining me is Lisa Tasker, also with the program. This is the third time the Commissioners have heard this. Like Francie said, it's a second reading and public hearing amending the river bylaws. Three notable changes, amendments to the bylaws were first was the new quorum requirements. Previously, a quorum was made up of 5 of the Pitkin County resident board members. We are changing that to be 4 of the actual 7 full member board, and not just limited to the Pitkin County residents. Second is similar to the quorum, which includes changes to the chair and vice chair. Previously, it was only the Pitkin County resident river board members that could be a chair and vice chair, and so we are changing that to be any of the 7 members as well. And the third notable one is attendance. It was originally in the bylaws that if a member missed 6 meetings, it could be cause for removal. We are changing that to be if a member misses 3 or more meetings, that the river board can have a discussion about that attendance and direct the chair to bring either a removal, recommend to remove that member to the BOCC. That is ultimately a decision by the Board of County Commissioners. We had some minor typos in the last one and a couple small edits that were made after first reading on April 11th. So I think we should be good to go on this one. You have any questions?
Francie,
That's
just
great.
remind me, how often does this board meet for the public?
The third Thursday of every month.
Okay, so 3 meetings, 3 months, 90 days. Okay,
Yeah, and we definitely have some special meetings in there too.
right, got it.
And
Okay.
site visits.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Nope.
Steve?
Well, not a question, a comment. I noticed in the paper they were talking about the Aspen Planning and Zoning Board having to cancel a meeting because they didn't have a quorum there, and they had very important business
Right.
to deal with, and they couldn't do it. And so I am really glad that we're making these changes to make it just better, so there's, I think, better attendance and more participation and easier to have a quorum.
Yeah, we've definitely had to cancel because of that.
And also to have the chair and vice chair be able to take a sabbatical every now and then and not have to have this
Right,
be a
same
lifetime
ones.
appointment.
Yeah, exactly.
A lifetime sentence, did you say?
So I think that's it.
Okay, I'll look for a motion.
Public hearing.
It's a public hearing. Is there anybody in the public who would like to talk about the changes to the bylaws of the Healthy Rivers and Streams? Now I'll look for a motion. I'm closing the public hearing on this issue.
I'll make a motion to approve the ordinance of Board of Commissioners amending the Healthy Rivers and Streams Fund Citizens Advisory Board bylaws with the changes that were made as a result of first reading.
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa and Lisa.
I want to see those bird photos.
Okay.
Now we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners providing supplemental appropriations to the 2023 budget and amending the 2023 budget for 2022 carryover projects, and Connie Baker is here.
Good afternoon. This resolution carries forward the budget of projects and items in the 2022 budget into the 2023 budget. There are a number of different types of items that are allowed to be carried forward. One is multi-year projects where we know it will take more than 1 year to complete. And I've put examples of each category in your packet. An example could be the Whitewater Park streamside improvements, North Star parking construction, airport layout plan, and so on. There are one-time projects that either cross a calendar year or the timing has been delayed. Examples are Jackrabbit Power Line, Facilities Electrification Study, the CPW Bear Management Plan grant match. And then there are replacement schedule items that can be deferred, or the timing of that crosses the budget years. For example, the coroner vehicle or the ambulance truck rebuild. There are dedicated revenues that may be received in the prior year in 2022 and then are appropriated in the following year so that they can be used for the purpose for which they were received. And examples are the Friends of the Library donations and also public health opioid settlement funds that were received. So just a few examples of what's included in this resolution. There are many different line items, too many to talk about each and every one, so I've just tried to give a scattering of examples throughout the memo. Larger dollar amounts, the largest by far is the Moore Conservation Easement, which was approved last fall, and then the purchase was completed in February. And that one item makes up almost half of the total appropriation amount in this resolution. Others that I mentioned are the airport runway heavy equipment, Whitewater Park streamside improvements, North Star parking, airport layout plan and pavement maintenance, Phillips Mobile Home Park design and engineering, and then a number of open space projects. There are many other smaller line items included too, and just a huge range of different projects. When you look through them, you see the whole gamut of really what the county does and provides for its citizens. There is one change to this resolution compared to first reading, and that's an item that in the meantime we discovered that it was missing, and that's in the library. Fourth quarter 2022, the library came to you asking for a supplemental request, $90,000 for historic newspaper digitization. They began that project, and the $80,000 carry forward was missed in the first resolution. It is included in this version. The total increase to the county's 2023 budgeted expenditures is $20,365,000, offset by an increase in revenues of a little over $614,000. So the net increase to the county budget is $19,751,000. Now that sounds like a lot, but it's very important to remember that this is not a new use of fund balance. Each and every item was already budgeted in 2022. When we were preparing the 2023 budget estimates, all of these were included in those fund balance estimates as if it had already been spent. So there's no change in those estimates that we used in the 2023 budget process. If anything, there may be a few projects that we thought would be a carry forward and aren't. So if anything, fund balance may be slightly higher than what was projected. So I think that's an overview of everything in this resolution, and please let me know if you have questions on any particular items.
Doesn't seem that we have any questions. Does anybody in the public have a question about the supplemental appropriations to the 2023 budget? Anybody in the room?
Looks like Lindsay is raising her hand.
Those people are
No, Lindsay has her
they're
hand
here
up
for
there.
the Sewell
Yeah.
property.
Okay, I'm going to
Wait,
close
Lindsay's-
the,
Wait a minute, Lindsay.
Lindsay's
Except for
hand is up.
Lindsay, except for
Lindsay,
Lindsay.
yeah. I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board, see if there's any questions.
Did Lindsay want to make a comment?
Does Lindsay want to comment on this?
Sorry, no comment. I was just trying to join as a panelist. Sorry about that.
That's what I thought.
I'll make a motion to approve on second reading the supplemental appropriations to the 2023 budget and amending the 2023 budget for 2022 carryover projects.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
5-2.
Thank you.
zip. Thank you, Connie. Next, we have a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement with Garfield County for a Fifth Amendment to the Colorado and Community Service Block Grant, and that is why Lindsay is here. Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, everybody. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services for Pickens County. Thanks. Sorry I can't be there this week. I've wanted to be there in person, but there are other things that have been getting in the way, so I appreciate the virtual option. So good to see you all. So this is the second reading today for the Community Services Block Grant. We are a sub-recipient through Garfield County, who serves as the lead administrator for this grant. And really, this grant helps us to pay for some of our outreach for our economic assistance programs and our benefit, which is our benefits outreach specialist. Nothing big has happened in the last 2 weeks, so I think we're set to go. We'll just need an approval in the second reading today.
Anything from anybody?
No, I mean, we amended 4 times, I think 5 times the charm.
Yes, I agree. Okay. Anybody in the public wish to comment on the Fifth Amendment to the Colorado and Community Service Block Grant? I will be blown away if they do.
God, I wish somebody would
All
call.
right, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. Kelly?
I do have a comment, just, we go through this very formal process, whether we are talking about $19 million in carryover money, or if we're talking about a $5,000 grant, that we are watching our pennies for the taxpayer.
I'll look for a motion then.
I can make a motion that we approve an intergovernmental agreement with Garfield County for a Fifth Amendment to the Colorado and Community Service Block Grant.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion from Greg, a second from Steve. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thanks, Lindsay. Nice
Thanks,
to see
everybody.
you.
Bye.
Bye. And Brian's here now, so it must be time for an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners granting 2 underground right-of-way easements and 2 trench, conduit, and vault agreements to Holy Cross Energy. Brian.
Thank you. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director.
I'm Matt Bergchester, the Fleet Manager.
And this project was actually put in place by the Board of County Commissioners through the 2023 budget, which is to extend and enhance EV charging at the Public Works site and at the airport over by the Airport Operations Center, specifically for fleet charging. This is a standard protocol that the Holy Cross sets up. They have to place a vault, they have to place a transformer, and then extend a line. And so they have to have access to all that. So before they do the work, they need an easement to do that. And that's what this puts in place, both for the airport and for Public Works. But if Matt wants to get into any of the specifics of the project, he can. But
Open to questions, whatever you guys have, but I think you kind of heard it the first go around.
Go ahead,
Just some general background on it. What's the voltage? What's the size of the hose going into the vault? What do you
The
have to do?
conduit going into the vault itself, I think it's 6 off the top of my head, I'm not sure. But we're putting a 500 kVA transformer in place. So it's a 480 volt system, so we can have level 3 chargers in place.
Got it, okay, yeah, great.
Patty?
Yeah, I was just reading, or somewhere in all the information that the BOCC gets, about chargers. But I think it was a column, it was an editorial, about there's a county charger at the ABC that says for county use only. I thought our chargers at Public Works, the public could use.
so the chargers at Public Works are specifically for county vehicles. So we have had people charge there in the past. It became a problem this past year where they were asking the county vehicles to be moved so they could charge their personal vehicles. And so when it became a conflict for, with the public for charging county vehicles, that was changed. So there was some free charging that was offered by the board when we first put it in place, I want to say 7 years ago now. And that ran its course, and we had so many people coming in to the facility to charge that it became a problem.
Okay, because I knew that at one point they were public could use them.
That's right.
So apparently, though, they're out there in the world of EV chargers, you know.
They shouldn't be. We went through.
You went through,
Google, we
made sure
went
it
through all
didn't
these
notice that
maps.
anymore.
Yeah.
Do we have any signage there just in case it pushes people to Buttermilk? And so you can get Buttermilk chargers if you go to Buttermilk parking lot?
Right
Might
now
be a
it's county
thought.
only.
Yeah, so we could put some signage out. I know that verbally we've directed people to Buttermilk.
Yeah, it might be nice to have a sign there. Somebody pulls in late at night and goes, oh, I can't charge here. Well, you can charge a block up the street. That might be a good idea to help resolve that. Thank you.
Okay.
Francie?
Yes, Greg?
Yeah, just on that topic, I understand that Pitkin County now has about the same percentage of EV uptake as Boulder County, the two counties in the state that have the most electric vehicles purchased per new car purchases. So we're seeing a lot more cars on the road, especially since prices have come down recently. And so we're going to see more lines at chargers and people trying to figure out how to get their cars charged. And so all this really does is underscore the need to be building out charging infrastructure. It sure would be great to have, more in town. I was wondering, are those connected to ChargePoint or any particular?
The new chargers we have installed are ChargePoint chargers.
Those are ChargePoint, so they're not, and you've taken them off the ChargePoint maps then? And
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
all private-only charging locations, so they
got
don't
it,
even show
okay.
on
So
any of their
that should
maps.
be, they're pretty good at indicating whether
Yep.
it's accessible or not.
Can I tag on to that, Francie? I think the other concern that I'm hearing from people is people park there all day when they go to work and they pay the park, but that ties up the chargers for all day. And I don't know how we resolve that when, people leave their cars there and go to work for 8 hours and somebody else comes in and there's no chargers. And then talking to somebody who was driving back from someplace on the Front Range, had to go like 90 miles out of their way, I don't know how they did it, to find a charger because everybody was parked there and, that worked locally. And so it was really hard to and this person actually gave up their EV truck because it was so hard to get from here to Denver without being able to find a place to charge.
I think their counties and municipalities are making rules about, don't overstay your time at the charger.
Yeah, I don't know how
So-
it's tough to enforce.
Yeah, and then some chargers do charge a penalty if you're charged and you continue to park there. So that's to help people move on, and usually people do.
Yeah, that's good to hear. I didn't know that, but.
Yeah, and they actually will alert the person, through their phone and say, hey, you're done charging, move your
Yeah,
car.
we're gonna come give you a ticket for $100 if you're parked at Wildwood.
It gets nastier than that, so I
Yeah.
think it's good that you're aware of it.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and later down the road, when we increase the infrastructure to other locations, we'll be able to set that up where it's paid charging so we're gonna have other options down the road. It's just Public Works wasn't the greatest location for that, cause like I said, there are people that camp there all day,
Yeah, I know.
so.
Okay, great, thank you.
I think from an opportunity standpoint, Buttermilk and Brush Creek Park and Ride offer the most opportunity for development. I'm working with Schindler on placing additional charging at Buttermilk right now, so hopefully that can happen in the near future. And then at Brush Creek, I know Linda DePriest is going to be making application for grant opportunities. So all that infrastructure will be extended this summer through the project, and then we'll need to figure out what chargers we'll be putting in place there then.
Are they like, it's a credit card thing that you do?
They have
Slide a
both.
card
so
in?
you can, it's kind of like the Apple Pay where you just scan your credit card, or also like ChargePoint's a huge network. So what they have is just like a little RFID chip like you'd get at the grocery store. So you just scan that, it's attached to your credit card. You can pay for it right away, or it just charges your credit card, and then you just move on. So that's kind of what we're setting up internally with Fleet. So you can just pull up to a charger, scan your card, and then charge it.
You don't put coins in and then turn the little thing, coin drops
Yeah.
down.
We'll
Not
make
that.
one for you, Francie.
First, you got to turn the rotary on the dial. And
Well,
You get
hopefully,
on the bike, you
Yeah.
ride it to actually charge your car.
hopefully we're gonna see, the supermarkets and the gas stations and everybody will get on board, because it's, when it becomes 10% of your new cars, you think they're gonna start realizing there's money to be made there too.
Absolutely.
Great, thank you. Any other
Is
for me?
is there anybody from the public who would like to comment on the EV charging sites? Actually, the conduits for them? Around, I'm going to close the public hearing on that. Come back to the board. If there are no more comments, I'll look for a
I'll make a
motion.
motion to approve the ordinance of the board granting 2 underground right-of-way easements and 2 trench conduit and vault agreements with Holy Cross Energy.
I'll second that.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that's again. Thank you, gentlemen.
Should
Short
we
break.
take just a wee?
I think
10?
we should definitely take a break until 1:45. Did you hear that, Andorra? Welcome back to the regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners on Wednesday, April 26th. We are moving on to our land use public hearings. The first one is a resolution denying the Sewell request for constrained site TDR. It's been continued since March 8th, 2023. And somebody's presenting on it. Nicole?
Yes, I am getting the presentation. Okay. And is the mic working? Yeah. All right, thank you. My name is Nicole Rebeck Stout. I'll be presenting the Community Development Staff presentation for the Sewell Constrained Site TDR land use application. The applicants are present, Alex and Jason Sewell, and the representatives for this application include Doug Pratt of the Land Studio and also Justin Nyberg of Holland and Hart. We look forward to the applicant presentation after mine concludes. We'll revisit this again at the conclusion of the presentation. We can think of the process outlined in the code for a constrained site TDR as two steps. First, the BOCC shall determine if the site is severely restricted or undevelopable under the code. And I'll pause here and acknowledge that the staff and the applicant are in agreement that the subject property is severely restricted. The second step is where we diverge. In the event the BOCC determines that the parcel is severely restricted or undevelopable, then there shall be a determination of whether principles of equitable mitigation warrant the issuance of a TDR. I'm going to read the description from the staff memo to further clarify. In the context of a constrained site TDR, a finding that the subject property is severely restricted or undevelopable is merely a procedural formality that allows the BOCC to then determine whether the issuance of a TDR is warranted or not, in light of the unique circumstances of the property. Thus, the decision to issue the TDR, in this case, is discretionary action of the board, which the board can approve or deny, even if it finds the property is constrained. I want to give you an overview of what this presentation will cover. We'll look at where the site is located. We'll go over background of the creation of the parcel, site constraints and existing conditions, and then conclude with the staff recommendation. So the subject property is located here in between the Sewell Tracks and the Crystal View Heights subdivision, directly off State Highway 133. It's approximately 7 miles to the town of Carbondale and 9.5 miles to Redstone. When we zoom into the property, you can see the unusual shape and that the Red Dog Road alignment traverses through the property. Red Dog Road provides access to the 19 properties you see here. Some are meets and bounds to the north, and others are part of the Crystal View Heights subdivision. The subject property is vacant in terms of structural development. Existing roads and driveways are present. So let's talk about the creation of this property. And then we'll go into site constraints. The property is south of the Sunfire Ranch Holdings property that's located up here, are referred to as the Upper Sewell Tracks. Prior to 1969, all this land right here was owned by Robert O. Sewell. In 1969, this property here, 365 Red Dog Road, the parcel north of the subject property, was sold. Then in 1970, this property here, 329 Red Dog Road, was sold. And then in 1971, 2 parcels were conveyed to Robert and Carol Brewer, who subsequently recorded the first and second filings for the Crystal View Heights subdivision. Those are the properties in the green, that's the second filing, and then this larger area down here, that was the first filing. No access was formally granted through an easement by the owner of the subject property, but there is a platted road area indicated on the second filing of the subdivision. I can show that here. So this was the second filing, and then this is the platted road area. Why was this property retained by the Sewells? One correspondence from 2020 suggests the property ownership was retained so he could, so Robert O. Sewell could maintain access to the Sweet Jessup ditch located west of the subject property. We also have some recent history to note. In January 2021, the subject property was involved in a lawsuit where the plaintiff, Rachel Beckhofer and Neil Riley of 365 Red Dog Road, that's here, and the defendants, Justin Sewell and Alexander Sewell, assert claims to the property rights of the subject property. Then in December 2022, there was an order of dismissal and release of lis pendens. The plaintiffs in the 2021 lawsuit have provided a letter of support of this land use application. Next, we will go into site constraints and existing conditions. So this part of the presentation is going to support that first step in determining the severely restricted or undevelopable. And staff and the applicant are in agreement that the subject property is severely restricted. However, the site constraints that contribute to that finding differ. Staff analysis will progress through each one of these topic areas in order to establish that the property is severely restricted. We only consider 2 of these elements as contributing to the finding that the property is severely restricted. And that's the existing roads, driveways, easements, and platted road area. And then the second one is the septic, the OWTS, and the domestic well locations. And then we will touch on each one of these. First, let's talk about property and roadway setbacks. The property setbacks include a 30-foot setback along the southern boundary, and then 10-foot setbacks around the remainder property boundaries. Also, there's 100-foot setback from State Highway 133's right-of-way. Staff acknowledged that the code provides the basis for the applicant to seek variances to the setback constraints and therefore does not consider the subject property to be severely restricted or undevelopable on the basis of setbacks. The next topic is existing roads, driveways, fragmenting the property. The application shows existing roads and driveways restrict the opportunity for a potential activity envelope. Although in theory the existing Red Dog Road could be realigned, the applicant represents that obtaining neighbor consent and legal authority would be difficult or impossible. Furthermore, the applicant asserts that the realignment of Red Dog Road and associated platted road platted road area could potentially reduce the size of a potential activity envelope. Staff agrees that the existing roads, driveways, easements, and platted road area result in a site constraint. I also just want to point out that Red Dog Road here, where my cursor is not within the platted road area that's depicted on the second filing. Next, let's talk about steep slopes. The applicant acknowledges slopes in excess of 30 and 45% on the property. You can see these here as the dark red areas and the orange areas. So they're primarily over here, and then some are also located here.
The orange are 45%?
The darkest red is 45% or greater.
And the orange
The
is 30?
orange is 30 to 45.
And so underneath the shading on the southern end to the left of the red, that's all orange? It's hard
Are
to
you
tell
talking
because
about
it's
here?
over, it's got shading over it.
Yeah.
So is that all orange and red in there?
There's no red here.
That's the easement.
What?
That's like the actual road easement, correct?
No, it's not. The road easement is on the other side to the north. But so right there to the south of the road,
Where your cursor is now.
yeah, where your cursor is that all orange or red?
Let me look on my, sorry, I'm on video, so that's probably really unflattering.
That's
It
within
looks
the
like it is between 30 and 45.
What are the slopes? Yeah.
Right.
Or is that just the color of the setback, that reddish color?
There is also a reddish color for that 30.
But
foot
right where it says
access.
30-foot setback, that little yellow tag there that says 30-foot setback, is that orange? 30-degree slope behind that?
I can describe it real quick if it's okay.
We need
Go
to be
ahead.
on it.
So,
No,
yeah,
Wait, sorry.
I'm sorry. I have another graphic in my presentation that takes the gray shading away, so sorry. Sorry about all the layers, but
It's quite all right.
yes, there is greater than 45% slope that is kind of at the southern edge of the site. Then above that, as you head along that drainage channel to the northwest, there's orange slopes along the drainage channel there. And then they turn back to orange. They go to yellow, which is less than, it's 15 to 30% slopes. They go back to orange up towards the intersection of the driveways. So actually come down, I'm going to show you. So I'll just, if I can get the mouse. So this area is orange.
Mm-hmm.
So that area in there.
And to the east of that?
This
All of that
area
is
is
orange.
red,
Okay.
and then there's
Great.
orange right up in here.
Okay, thank
There's
you.
a little contour of yellow that kind of wraps through there that
Mhm.
is less than
Great, thank
30%.
you.
Thanks.
Sure.
No,
Not now, but I mean, eventually she can join when it's time for vote making.
Okay. Okay, so we have an understanding of where the slopes are. The potential development area described in the application is not located in the steep slope area when there's, and the code allows for development to be located on steep slopes when there is no alternative development area. So development on slopes in excess of 45 and 30% is allowed pursuant to the code. Steep slopes are considered a site constraint, and the code provides standards for development to occur within areas of steep slopes. So, staff concludes that the subject property should not be considered severely restricted or undevelopable on the basis of the steep slope site constraint. Next, we'll talk about the drainage channel, which is following the steep slope areas that we just discussed. The existing drainage channel, and I can flip to a picture of that, was observed during the site visit in January this year. The site feature is not mapped as an intermittent stream on GIS. Staff assumes this feature is not subject to the required 100-foot setback. The drainage channel is not formally considered a site constraint in the code, but would pose a challenge for development on the property. Section 72030C1C requires all activities and development to provide for maintenance of drainage systems, indicating the drainage channel would be required to continue to function.
Would be required to what?
Continue to function.
Thank you.
Staff concludes that the subject property should not be considered severely restricted or undevelopable on the basis of the drainage channel. The next site constraint is wildfire. The subject property is mapped within a severe wildfire hazard area for brush, where development is permitted subject to 72060C and D. Staff recognizes severe wildfire areas as a site constraint and also acknowledge the code provides standards for development within those wildfire areas. Staff concludes that the subject property should not be considered severely restricted or undevelopable on the basis of severe wildfire hazard. Next, we'll talk about wildlife. The subject property is mapped within elk and mule deer winter range, where development is permitted, subject to 72070C. Colorado Parks and Wildlife often provide referral comments about existing zones of influence or requirements to cluster development to reduce a zone of influence. And this subject property is assumed to be within an existing zone of influence, considering that it's surrounded by other residential development. So staff concludes that the subject property should not be considered severely restricted or undevelopable on the basis of wildlife habitat. The next topic is the on-site wastewater treatment system and domestic well locations. The applicant represents that they would be required to either seek a waiver from adjacent property owners or restrict their water use in order to establish a domestic well. Restricted water use would result in water to be limited to household use only. In that case, no water would be available for on-site irrigation or water suppression. Or fire suppression. No information was provided about what type of volume would be required for wildfire suppression. The required on-site wastewater treatment system requires a 100-foot separation between any nearby domestic well and a septic system. No location information is provided about existing neighboring domestic wells or other existing OWTS, but even without reviewing that additional information about the OWTS and domestic wells, staff agrees that locating a domestic well and an OWTS on the subject property does pose a practical difficulty and contributes to the severely restricted designation. Next, we'll talk about scenic view impacts. This is not a site constraint, but the applicant does represent that the development of a single-family residence on this property is likely to silhouette against the sky as viewed from Highway 133. Section 72120D4 states, the structure shall not silhouette against the sky when viewed from scenic corridors unless there is no alternative building site on the property, which is assumed to be the case for this property. In the event a hypothetical development would be subject to site plan review, and in that case, staff would work with the applicant to mitigate for scenic impacts. In terms of prioritizing development standards, in the site plan review process, the community development director shall give priority to strict compliance with those standards affecting human health and safety and wildlife habitat areas over scenic view protection standards and guidelines. That's quoted from the code. The prioritized development standards include steep and potentially unstable slopes, floodplain hazards, geologic hazards, and wildfire hazards, as well as wildlife habitat areas. Staff agrees that potential development would have scenic view impacts, and the code provides mitigation measures. Staff concludes that the subject property should not be considered severely restricted or undevelopable on the basis of scenic view impacts. I'll just flip to a different slide. Then the final topic area to cover is impacts to neighbors. The applicant represents that in the event an activity envelope could be established, it would result in significant negative effect on the surrounding properties. However, impact on surrounding properties is not a criteria for approval and for a site plan review. In the event that neighbor objections are received, then the hypothetical site plan application would continue to a public hearing before the hearing officer, and a determination would be made based on the land use code. I also want to point out that Chapter 5 indicates the RS 30 zoned property could potentially build a single family residence up to 5750. That's base maximum floor area. Given the limited size of the property and site constraints and difficulties associated with developing the property, the applicant would likely need to consider a single family residence of significantly less than 5750. And that's pursuant to 52020 of the code, no guarantee of maximum density or floor area. Although, as mentioned earlier, the original purpose of this property was to facilitate the development of surrounding residential properties and not necessarily to be developed with a single family home.
That's a possibility, right? Not a fact. I mean, do we really know?
Do we know?
It happened a long time ago, and the grandfather's dead a long time ago. So is that a fact or just the opinion of ComDev?
That the development right exists?
What the intent of this lot was?
That's a good question. It's a result of looking at the history of the creation of the parcel, is how we came to that statement. So staff concludes that the property is severely restricted and may be undevelopable in terms of adding a single family residence based on the existing roads, driveways, easements, and platted road area, and then to the difficulties in establishing OWTS in a domestic well. Next, we're going to talk about the neighbor and agency comments that were included.
Excuse me just a moment, if we could.
Yeah.
Francie, if you don't mind. I'd just like to see where those photographs were.
Oh, yeah.
Where those would be on the map. I'm trying to figure out, are we looking at the entrance off the highway, or are we looking farther up the road? Where are
That's a really great question. So this would be coming, entering from Highway 133, going up Red Dog Road. So 365 Red Dog Road, which was the first property created, is to the right. And then to the left would be the Crystal View Heights subdivision. To the left is also the drainage channel in this picture.
And the photo on the left is taken just off the highway, is that correct?
That one's at the very
And then the one on the right is farther up the road.
Yeah.
Thanks, just trying to get my bearings.
These two are looking down. Let's see. If there wasn't so much snow, I think we would probably see a culvert coming out around this area for the drainage channel that's coming from the slopes up high. And then this is an image of a neighbor utilizing the road to access State Highway 133. So State Highway 133 is roughly right here.
Got it.
Okay. Should we go to the comments?
I have some.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I have some technical questions on the criteria.
Sure.
What are the slopes of the drainage channel, and do we have a sense of what the area is that it's draining?
Yeah, upslope from there. I don't have that analysis.
Does it get steeper, like based on your site visit?
Yeah, let's go to the image that shows more context. Maybe this one. So this would be the mountainside where the water would drain down. You can see all the drainage channels.
Those are pretty steep hills.
Yeah, so that's running through all those parcels
Mhm.
that exist above it,
Mhm.
between the mountain and the parcel that we're talking about. That's where that drainage channel runs all the way through.
Conceivably, I haven't analyzed the sort
Sure.
of path of this drainage channel, but conceivably somehow the water coming into this drainage channel at this point is coming from perhaps this basin you see here.
Okay.
And where does it go from
And
there?
the applicant can talk to that, yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just note my questions to make sure we cover it when.
Can I ask, can I add on,
yes.
where does it go from there? From, we know Kelly's question is good, where's it coming from, but where does it go then?
Do you see the V where the road comes up from 133 inside the red? It makes a little V at the top?
Yeah.
Well, right at that V, it gets pretty deep in there. I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 feet deep, something like that. And there is a culvert in there. I don't know where the culvert comes out, but anyway.
So there's another section where the water drains down and then goes somewhere.
But you can see when you walked right there where that V starts, that is definitely but like Nicole said, it's not marked on the GPS as an intermittent stream, but it's definitely a drainage area. There's just no question about it.
Thanks.
And then my second question is to understand better how the OWTS and the well locations, what the finding is there. Because we don't have the mapped septic in the area or the mapped wells in the area,
Unless
right?
the applicant team has new information that wasn't provided in the application materials that I was able to review.
So is the dimensional distance what is causing a problem? Like, just walk me through your logic in saying that even without the additional information, you agree that locating the two would be difficult?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. So for reference, this is 100-foot dimension. The OWTS would require some footprint based on a bedroom size. I don't know what that would be in a hypothetical site plan application. If it was only a 1-bedroom house, then you can imagine the septic footprint would be smaller than a 4 or 5-bedroom house. But whatever the footprint of that OWTS system is, it needs to be 100 feet away from the well on 365 and all of the other subdivision properties. We don't know where those are, if that would even be a conflict or not. But it poses a practical difficulty for where they're gonna drill their well that needs to be a certain distance to their house and then provide for a footprint of the OWTS.
And then, we know that a lot of the homes in that area are limited to domestic well use only. So that would be no different here. But when you say that there's no water available for irrigation or fire suppression, is that external fire suppression or internal fire suppression?
That's another good question. Maybe we can save that for the applicant team, what the
And that would
details
depend
are
on the
of
size
that.
of the house and all that too. So.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
I
appreciate it.
did see something that said 15 gallons a minute, which is plenty for an irrigation system inside a house.
Oh, it's a fire suppression
Yes.
system inside house.
For sprinkling.
But
Can
not
I-
outside, probably. I don't know.
Can I add on to that too, please, real quick? But then again, if you're in a severe wildfire area, they may be required by the local fire department, fire district, to do additional, which would mean a tank with X amount of gallons. Where do you get the gallons? How do you keep, so that's another impact, because that's part of your ability to mitigate for wildfire.
Isn't that required now anyway, John, that you have to have mitigation water for wildfire?
Outside of your indoor sprinkler?
No, the mitigation is typically required, in that regard, is required by the fire district and deals with the structure itself. There isn't any mitigation requirement for sprinkling or firefighting for, outside the structure.
Because we see so many permits that have buried tanks and ways for, and that's voluntary?
No, that's required by the fire district.
By the fire district.
Based upon
We don't know if the fire district would require that here or not, I guess.
Except for
Suzanne?
the fact it's in severe wildfire zone.
Presumably there'd be some storage required, how much, the fire districts vary on how much they require with the size of the tank. I mean, generally, I think those tanks are filled from, the water's trucked in to fill those tanks. I would say in most cases. But yes, there would presumably be some requirement for a tank.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
That's helpful though, because we should think about, we know in this area that the internal domestic use water issues exist, like the availability of water. But if it's being trucked in, then there's not a reliance necessarily on what can be locally provided by the well. So just clarifying
Be
that.
local
Thank
somewhere.
you.
Yeah.
Be local somewhere.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
and that, can I?
Some places are water rich.
That's a good point, except for the fact to bury a tank of a certain size also has a disruptive nature to slopes, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
And we're already finding that we have slope issues kind of all over the place, so it's just another impact.
While we're asking questions, I'll just throw one in here. I'm not sure who would answer this one, but if you deny a classification of a constrained lot, then are you then required to issue a building permit when the application comes in?
Depends on the application.
Okay, so if they brought in one for 5,750 square feet, you might say, no, we can't fit that on here, but.
Right.
But if it comes in for 1,500 or something, then,
Correct.
but you're required to approve something if you don't say it's constrained.
Well, the assumption is that it's a legally created lot that has a building development right associated with it, so it would be available for development. The question is, what would that development look like?
Okay.
And
thank
that
you.
begged my final question, if I can go.
Oh, really?
How was that development right created? I'm a little unclear on that. Was that through the subdivision?
For this property, I
Through
don't
this
know.
property?
But can I add on to your thing?
Yeah.
But then again, from what I'm hearing and what I've read, there's an issue of variances. They'd have to go for a variance, and they'd have to go for a, how are you gonna mitigate X, Y, and Z for slopes and all the things that we have codes that specifically say you can't do this, and then we say, well, you can do this if you get a variance. So why do we have a code if we're just gonna let them go get a variance? So just a good question.
Good question.
Steve, did you want to add something there?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Digging in a little deeper on how was this parcel created? My perception of reading through the material was that the family was selling off other bits of land, and this was the one little piece that was left that didn't get sold, that it was never a legal subdivision. Maybe it was before the time when a subdivision was required, probably. Does that in itself make this a lot that would be a buildable lot?
Yeah, that is, I'm not sure, did we clarify that in the findings that pursuant to the code section where the property was created prior to 1978?
I don't know if that's in there
Yeah.
or not, but, yeah, so Steve, I mean, there are two things under the code, the dates we know and love. 1972 was when we had subdivision regulations, so all of these parcels, surrounding this, the subdivision, all was done before county subdivision regulations were in effect. So those are all legally created lots, and then under our growth management system, which came in 1978, basically says those legally created lots have a development right. Any parcel that existed prior to 1978 has a development right associated with it. So again, it seems like we sort of have backed into everything else was subdivided around this, leaving this remainder. And so if that was in existence prior to 1978, then we look at that as having a development right.
And it also seems like, I don't even have my mic on here. And she didn't even call me on it.
She was giving you a little slack today.
It seems like this parcel was left for the roads going into the, the main road going into the other parcels and the roads going off of it to other parcels. That was the purpose of this lot, perhaps in the mind of the owners at that time, your granddad. Maybe that's what the thought was at the time. I don't know. Is there any evidence about like granting? I guess the easements weren't granted actually for people to drive through there.
There's a platted easement, but that is not it.
Not where
The
the
road's
road
not
was
on the
actually
platted easement,
put.
which is interesting.
But
Here's
there
your-
was a mention of his having access to the Sweet Jessup ditch as part of his reason for.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're right, Francie, they have a road, but it's not where the road.
It's not where it's not where it was platted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then one other question about the water. Does this lot have a well permit? It's less than 30 acres. Could they even get a well permit at this time even? I mean, it seems to me, given the state water law, you have to have a certain number of acres in order to get a well permit. So maybe this parcel does not have water available. I don't know. I'd like to have that explained. And maybe
I think we
Doug
tossed that
can
one to the applicant.
talk about
I don't
that
think
in
there
your
was a permit
presentation.
today.
He's making notes.
Yeah.
But you can get a well permit on something that's that size, or 5 acres, or 2 acres, or, you don't have to have a certain amount of acres to get a well permit from the state. If it's a domestic well.
Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, John's saying that's
We've
right.
had
That's
that
right. John
discussion
agrees.
about, we've had that.
Write that down. You're
Well,
right.
we've had that
give it to ya.
discussion
It's
about in the
exempt.
Crystal River Valley.
Kelly's favorite.
We don't need any more private wells in the Crystal Valley because already they're being called out by the surface water right owners. So, I mean, that is a question. I think the supply of water is an important issue. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, Nicole, if you want to go ahead.
Sure, yeah, let's pick up with the neighbor and agency comments. So before we go to the step 2 of the constrained site TDR review process, I want to spend a moment on neighbor and agency comments that mostly revolve around the future of Red Dog Road. Public comments were received in February from neighbors with mixed support for the approval of the TDR request. Each comment requests the BOCC to support the community's initiative to modify the access road for improved safety in the future and ensure that the BOCC's decision on the matter does not result in a barrier for future improvements to Red Dog Road. Jocelyn Wood submitted a letter on behalf of the Red Dog Road North Maintenance Association expressing support for the issuance of a TDR, and I quote, conditioned on the association's ability to realign and improve Red Dog Road North in accordance with Picken County standards. Neighbors Neil Riley and Rachel Beckhofer of 365 Red Dog Road, directly north of the subject property, submitted a letter expressing support for the application and disapproval for potentially realigning Red Dog Road. Bill Gavette of Carbondale and Rural Fire Protection District provided a letter in regards to the application indicating support for Red Dog Road to be realigned within the platted road area in order to reduce steep road grades, which are 15%, and comply with county road, wildfire, and land use standards. The road is an important issue to address, and this is staff's position. Red Dog Road is a private road that is widely acknowledged as presenting safety challenges for the neighbors that rely on the road for access to State Highway 133. Community development staff and Carbondale Rural Fire Protection District, among others, would support improved safety measures and potentially a realignment of the road. However, because the road is private, realignment of Red Dog Road would require the owner of the subject property to authorize a land use application to be submitted for that work to be reviewed and approved for land use code compliance. We anticipate you will hear more about this issue during public comment. The existing condition of the private road is considered tangential to the request for a constrained site TDR and is therefore not considered further.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
So if we would grant, I'm just, how does this work? So if we would grant a TDR, we would be rendering the development right moot, yet we would accommodate an application, a land use application on that property for use that others benefit from. Is that?
You mean if you went with the denial? Or
No, if we gave a TDR,
Yeah.
you know, we're, what's
Yeah.
the word we always use?
Award.
Yeah, well, no, like, if we gave the TDR,
Yeah.
you know, we're neutralizing the
Or
development on the
extinguishing.
property, right, the
Mhm.
development right on the property, but then we would accept a land use application for a development project on the property.
Meaning the road change.
Right.
Changing the road.
My understanding
we-
is that I think it
Is that
depends on
allowable?
how.
Can we do those, like, you know?
I think it depends on how the covenant is written, in the case of approval. If the covenant would allow for those safety improvements on the road in the future, then I think it's safe for staff to accept a land use application to review a different road scheme.
I mean, it's a consideration, you know, I mean, in most cases, when we've restricted something, it says no further development.
Right.
So we sort of accept the development that exists. In this case, there is a road through the property already, so that's there. Right, so the question, I guess, then would be, right, would we allow, under a no further development scenario, for them to move that road, restore where it was, you know, do that?
Sure,
That's clearly what the neighbors are looking for, you know, asking for, you know?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So it would be in order to make it comply with the current land use code, which the road currently doesn't comply with. Steep slopes, et cetera, that would make the road safer for use.
Yes. I mean, whether it could be made to actually comply with
But
the
we
road
could make
standards is
it-
a
the
question. I don't
effort
know.
could be
I don't
made to
know
make it
that.
safer.
Could it be improved?
Yeah.
You know, I think that's, you know, what they've been asserting.
Francie's thinking, I can
I
hear
was
it from
thinking,
here.
sorry. Yeah, Greg, go ahead.
I'm just, you know, the concern I have here is that it seems that we've got a road, a substandard road issue, which ought to be fixed. And that is separate from a TDR constrained site issue. I'd prefer to get to the road fix first, because I think it's it's important. The TDR issue to me is, it's like I'm still waiting to hear, but I feel as if clearly we're trying to separate the issues here, but it's so easy to merge them. But I really want to hear about this road and what needs to be done to make it safe for the public and the residents. Is certainly my
It's not the
highest
issue before
priority,
us, is it,
and
Jim?
I'm not sure there's a connection,
The
but I'm
road's not
waiting to
really
hear
the
about
issue
it.
before.
I don't think it's dangerous in the summer, so we've got a little time.
Okay, so 6 months out of the year, we're good.
Yeah, and I don't think the road issue is exactly what's before us in this application.
No, it's not, right.
Correct.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to present more about the road.
Right,
But
that's all-
it
that's
is-
all we get.
It's not a county
the-
road.
Right.
But I'm sure you read the neighbor comments and the letter from Bill
Right.
indicating some significant safety issues.
Right. So would the landowner would have to come back to us with an application to fix the road, is what we might see in the future.
Hopefully it wouldn't come to us.
Probably wouldn't come to us, right?
Oh, correct. come to the county, yeah,
Yeah.
come to CONDEP.
Steve?
Legal question, John, could we make it a condition of approval of the constrained site TDR that the owner relocate the road to make it safer?
It's not typically the type of a condition that would be associated with this type of request. In other words, one doesn't follow from the other. But given the history and the status of the property, I think that it's something the board could consider.
Because that's sort of where I'm leaning right now. I want to solve the road issue in this discussion somehow. Because it's not safe. I know the people, personally know some of the people who are sliding down there and almost going out into Highway 133 backwards and things. And
Yeah.
I want that to be resolved somehow.
Good. Okay, great.
Back to you, Nicole.
Now we are on the equitable mitigation component. So we reviewed step 1 of the constrained site TDR process. Staff and the applicant are agreed generally that the subject property is severely restricted. Now we'll discuss the second step, equitable mitigation. Importantly, this determination is at the discretion of the BOCC. Although not defined by the code, equitable mitigation has been described in prior staff memoranda as based on fairness, reflective of the overall situation of the property and its history. The history of the creation of the subject property suggests that the purpose of the property was not to provide for the development of a single-family residence. As previously mentioned, one correspondent suggests the property ownership was retained by Robert O. Sewell for the access to the ditch. Furthermore, from a historical and practical perspective, it appears that the primary function of the property was to facilitate access, enabling the Sewell family to sell the properties to the north, east, and south, which rely on the property in Red Dog Road for access. Thus, it appears that the subject property has served its purpose to facilitate development by providing access to the surrounding 19 properties and has provided a valuable benefit over the last 50 years. So, in conclusion, staff recommends the BOCC adopt a resolution denying the Sewell constrained site TDR. And now I'd like to pass to the applicant team for their presentation, if that's okay.
Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
And ironically, this came up in our previous discussion about North Star, where we were assuming what the Smith family thought they wanted or didn't want as far as commercial use, but nothing was actually documented. And just the fact that staff, your memo, which is actually very well done, thank you, was very good and easy to follow and to read. The history of the creation of the property suggests. So again, is there anything in writing that documents this property is being maintained for X, Y, and Z, or is it just we think that that's what the grandfather, or the intentions was? I mean, it's very gray for me. I mean, you know, some could say, well, it's pretty clear, but the fact that staff uses the word suggests it's a suggestion. So just
So
wanted.
you're suggesting that we don't know whether grandfather Robert wanted a house to be built on there or whether he just wanted it for access.
Right, and it did the fact that it does hold a development right on the property to
Mhm.
this date.
Mhm.
So that's a question. Thank you.
Yeah, Kelly.
So it is discretionary, right, in this case, for the code on issuing a TDR?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, you are able to say that the property is severely restricted or undevelopable. You can make that finding and then also
how to mitigate that.
Yeah, you can deny the TDR or award it.
Thank you.
Doug's ready to go.
You can sit right here. Yeah. I'll move over.
Don't go too far, Nicole.
Right here.
Okay.
There's the note in the back.
My name's Doug Pratt with the Land Studio, and I've been working with Jason and Alex on lots of projects. This one included the Red Dog Road project, so Jason and Alex are here. Also been working with Justin Nyberg at Holland and Hart as well. So I'm sorry if some of this is redundant. I'll try to speak quickly over the redundant parts, but just wanted to add a little bit of insight from our perspective on the application. Okay, get it to go. Can I use arrow keys
Yeah.
to switch?
Maybe down.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. I have a Mac.
Before you start, let me
Yes.
just check. So, when we get done with this, is this a final decision time, or would there be a second hearing?
There's no second reading.
This is it?
Public
Okay.
comment and all.
Yep, okay, thank you.
So as you have been discussing, the school parcel was created in 1971 by the subdivision surrounding land by the applicant's grandfather, Robert Sewell. It's a little over a half an acre in size, so even though it's not a big parcel, it still is certainly a half an acre, something that you could develop a residence on. It has a 17-foot wide private road that runs through the middle of the property, as you know, along with the 3 private roads and driveways that are necessary to access neighboring parcels. The road and driveway split the property into essentially 3 small remaining pieces. So as you've seen from the previous, I'm gonna close this. As you've seen from the previous, sorry, I gotta move something so I can read. Previous slides, 2 of the remaining sections featured have slopes of greater than 30%. So this area up here, can you see my cursor? Is that right? Okay, yes. As we discussed before, is greater than 30%, up to greater than 45%. This area here is greater than 30%. This area here is a combination of greater than 30 up to greater than 45%. So of those 2 potential areas for development based on the existing road configuration, those areas are pretty constrained by steep slopes. That being said, the area on what I would call the north side of the existing Red Dog Road has slopes that could accommodate development. So I'll keep kind of running through the slides. This is the prominent creek bed that we need to maintain the drainage through. You know, it could be adapted potentially, but just to let you know the size that this culvert is actually a 36-inch culvert, so it's a pretty big culvert. So whoever anticipated the size of water coming through this, you know, anticipated it needed a pretty big culvert to get the water down this drainage way. So again, that's kind of steep slopes and the drainage aspects of this parcel. The remaining area is bisected by the platted access easement, so you've seen this before. So there is an access easement that runs through here. Unfortunately, the road does not run in the access easement, so that 30-foot easement is constraining the property for development, and that's creating essentially 1,000 square feet here for potential activity envelope and 800 square feet here for potential activity envelope. That's accommodating the 10-foot rear yard setbacks, 10-foot side yard setbacks, 30-foot front yard setbacks, and the 100-foot setback from Highway 133, as Nicole had mentioned.
And
So that's.
can we get a question in here quickly?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, no,
Yeah.
who all owns the access easement?
Do we have a?
Okay.
Yeah.
You mean the platted road?
Yes, the one that's not existing, but on the map. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was for the neighboring properties. So,
Can I just say
ahead.
one thing?
Yeah.
So in the second filing for the Crystal View Heights subdivision, there is a note on that recorded document saying that this platted road area would provide access to the owners in the subdivision.
and we have some history about that access easement, how it was platted across this property by an owner that didn't own it. So, there's a couple of things going on there, but
Yeah.
but we can
Good old days.
illustrate
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
I'll let Justin.
Before the bachelors or since then?
It was while these adjoining subdivisions were being platted.
Oh, I see, a while ago.
Yeah, yeah. So, did I get that right? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
You might just have to come up here with me.
I was going to say, he's more than welcome to come up.
So I guess the point of this is that approximately 92%, just based on this overlay of stuff, 92% of the property is. Just as an overlay to all of these kind of more specific site issues, it is a severe wildfire hazard area associated with this parcel. As you can see, the amount of vegetation that's on it. And again, as you know, it's mule deer and elk winter range. So those are kind of two overlays over the top of all of these site-specific constraints. Also considering that the activity envelope must not only host a footprint for the house, but landscaping, ancillary structures, garages, sheds, driveways, utilities, septic and well, emergency access, emergency turnaround, 1,000 square feet in one spot and 800 square feet constrained by steep slopes don't really accommodate all of that development for a single-family residence. I think you've seen these slides before. I kind of put some labels. Slide 1 is looking up Red Dog Road from down below, from down near Highway 133. The second picture on the right is looking southwest from Red Dog Road. I will just note the areas, let me see if I can do this. The areas here. So this is the area that was potentially flat enough to develop something on. This side over here, which you can't quite see because of the vegetation, is where the drainage channel is. So that area there, and I'm going to go down to this one. This is looking from up above down the road. And this area here are the two areas that, that north side of the road that could be developed. This slide over here is depicting the drainage, so it's looking kind of standing at the top of Red Dog Road looking up into the hillside, so that's the drainage channel that we've been talking about. This was an attempt to take a look at what we might be able to do with the residents, but there's some assumptions here. One is that we could deal with moving that existing 30-foot access easement to a location where the road actually is, so that it wasn't constraining the property. That probability or possibility is pretty slim based on a lot of the neighbors' input about that road, about giving up that easement. So, but I was trying to do an assumption that I might illustrate what something might look like in terms of the scenic corridor review. So I put a 1,500 square foot footprint abided by the setbacks for the house. We might have to encroach on setbacks for a garage because it's not deep enough. But again, this isn't site plan review level stuff. This is just to give you an assessment of scenic corridor review for this house, potential house site. So that being said, just took that 1,500 square feet, extruded it up 20 feet in a Google Earth model. Height limit is 20 feet. There's no way there's going to be 28 feet there. I'm sorry, height limit is 28 feet. We're not going to get that kind of height on a structure in that location in the view corridor. And then just a quick assessment from the topography in Google Earth of where that extruded footprint might impact the scenic corridor along the roadway. So again, it's a little rough, but it's a tool that I use to assess kind of a visual assessment for these types of projects, especially at
I have a question about the first picture.
Yeah.
So it looks like only that house has any altitude and all the rest of the houses are squished down out on the ground. Can we go back to that first slide?
That's a Google Earth function, exactly.
It makes it look like a huge storage shed among a bunch of swimming pools or something.
Yeah. No, that is definitely, it's a Google Earth aerial photo that is mapped onto topography, and I added the three-dimensional aspect of that volume.
Just of that, I see.
Just
Okay.
of that volume. So
Okay, great, thank you.
I know it's rudimentary, but wanted to give you some kind of assessment of the potential visibility of this site. I think we're kind of on the same page about water and wastewater issues up at this site. The schools would need to locate a well, and it would have to be an exempt well for 15 gallons per minute for household use only on the parcel. For residential use, there would be no water available for irrigation, and the parcel would require on-site or the residence on-site wastewater treatment for a residence at this location. Discussion with a professional engineer, we've talked about this, a minimum of 100-foot setback between domestic well and on-site wastewater treatment. There would need to be a new well on the Red Dog Road property, and we would need to provide sufficient distance away from existing neighboring wells.
No, excuse me, I don't quite understand this. You're saying that new wells would have to be drilled on the neighboring property?
No, a new well would, the well would need to be both, the distance would need to be from both a new well on the Red Dog Road property and existing neighboring wells and on-site wastewater
okay,
treatment.
thank you.
Sorry, I phrased that poorly.
Well, it's interesting that it would be restricted to 15 gallons per minute. That's really generous for a well. That is a
Right.
lot of water.
Right. And that's, I mean, we can talk about that. That would just be what the well would be permitted for as an exempt well, not to say that it could produce that much.
That there would be that much water.
Right. The possible on-site wastewater treatment areas for the potential residents are constrained as well by roadways and topography, steep slopes, and the drainage channel, which we couldn't locate it within.
So are those individual septics in that subdivision? Each place has its individual septic?
There's not a on-site wastewater treatment, community wastewater treatment system. So,
Pretty
that I
standard
know
in
of
the
up
county.
there.
I
So,
can imagine.
and then, we'd also have to make sure that we're designing and locating on-site wastewater treatments, could require development on the 100-foot setback from the Highway 133 corridor. If we needed to extend, if we really needed to put on-site wastewater treatment, we might have to push into that area. So this is just kind of a summary, I think, a little bit of what Nicole kind of went through. But I guess I want to step to kind of your analysis, the county's analysis of these constraints and our kind of analysis of these constraints. I think individually, if you look at steep slopes, if you look, the site is not 100%, it's not constrained by steep slopes, severely constrained by steep slopes. There are some there. If you look at the drainage, it's not completely constrained by drainage, but there is drainage there. If you look at setbacks, it's not completely constrained by setbacks, but there are setbacks there. If you look at access, it's not completely constrained by access, but there is access through it. If you look at easements, it's not completely constrained. But when you layer all of that stuff on top of each other, which is, my planning background goes to Kansas State University, which was kind of these old diagrams we used to do to layer all the constraints together, find out where you can develop. It's 92% constrained. So while I respect staff's analysis of those individual constraints, I think the overlapping of all of those constraints onto this site create a situation where we can't develop. So that was a little ad lib, but that was kind of how I look at this property. And I have a really hard time believing we would come back in for an activity envelope and get an approval on this site based on all of those constraints. And that is why we chose to come in and speak with you about a constrained lot TDR, which is the reason that program was set up. So, so nonetheless, so maybe I don't need to go through all of this. We've kind of gone through it all on this slide, but that's my analysis of how all of this needs to
I
needs to work
appreciated
together.
your discussion of a constrained site TDR as compared to an R&R TDR. I thought that was a good description that definitely had an effect on me.
Yeah. So the principles of equitable mitigation. Jason's going to speak after I am a little bit about his grandfather's intents. I did intents for this property. I just put a little narrative together about it. The history of the creation of this property is that, as we said, the surrounding subdivisions created this lot. And this occurred in the 1960s. It was formalized in 1970 and before 1971. By the grandfather Robert Sewell. If R.O. Sewell intended to include development of this parcel, he would have restricted it accordingly, and someone would have needed to pay him to do it. R.O. Sewell was selling these lots off in a piecemeal fashion, as was discussed, often with minimal money down and with monthly installments. He sacrificed these relatively unproductive lots, unproductive meaning for agriculture and his use, because it was all connected to the bigger, what's now the Sunfire Ranch. And this is in order to preserve the main ranch, which is Sunfire Ranch that Jason and Alex Sewell now have today. Times were tough. He wasn't making money on potatoes and sheep. To make ends meet, he had to sell water rights to the Sweet Jessup Ditch to his wealthier neighbors. So that was also part of the discussion where I think a neighbor said that he needed access to the Sweet Jessup Ditch for his water rights, but he had also sold those water rights. So just a little bit of, I don't know if that's clarifying anything, but it's adding another layer to that discussion.
The water rights at Red Dog, but not on Sunfire, right? It's just the mesa above Sunfire?
It was the Sweet Jessup Ditch.
All the water rights that were in the Sweet Jessup.
Oh, so the water that's on Sunfire now is a different source?
Correct. That all comes out of Thompson.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, so, and that was not to raise an alarm about the water rights are gone. It was just to, there was some indication that he needed to get to Sweet Jessup Ditch to maintain his water rights. And then again, the point that is this lot was legally created in 1971. It does have an existing development right, which I think everybody recognizes for single-family residents associated within it. So again, the first sentence here is what I talked about for the combination of all of these things: steep slopes, drainage, inadequate non-conforming access. I didn't talk a lot about the access, but in order to add density to this property, you're going to be adding 10 vehicle trips per day for a single-family residence onto an access that's already inadequate. So that, to me, is another strong reason not to propose development on a site like this, because it's going to be adding many more vehicle trips to a 15% road. Even if the road gets improved, it's still going to be a road that's not great access for yet another home site. I think water's the same way. The Crystal River doesn't have a lot of physical water. And to add another home site that drills an exempt well into a valley that is lacking in water is probably not the smartest thing to do. So again, water and access are some of the constraints for this property that I think it would be better to see constrained with a merited TDR versus developing as a home site. So as Nicola said, staff concludes the property is severely restricted and may be undevelopable, and that's the reasons why we're listed below. And this is just our request. Based on the combined constraints demonstrated in the application, we ask that the BOC determine that the parcel is severely restricted, as noted by staff, or undevelopable, and merits the issuance of a constrained site TDR based on the fairness reflective of the overall constraints of the property, its history as a legally subdivided lot, and its residential development right. So Jason's got some things to speak about, and then Justin does as well. So
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to come before the Board of County Commissioners and staff and legal counsel.
Jason, will you just take a second to introduce yourself for anybody online?
My name is Jason Sewell. I'm the owner of Sunfire Ranch with my brother Alex Sewell, and yeah.
Thank you.
I did put together a short letter for the BOCC to review regarding this TDR application. Oh, thank you. And really what I'm here to speak to is the equitable mitigation piece of this application. I think Doug and our staff has done a really good job at providing background information on the actual severely restricted issues that are associated with this parcel. But I really wanted to speak to the equitable mitigation piece. So I wrote this, and I'd like to just read it to the BOCC if that would be all right.
Sure, go ahead.
Dear Board of County Commissioners, I am writing this letter in response to the summary of request memorandum dated April 26th that was delivered to our team on the afternoon of April 21st. In the memorandum, the principles of equitable mitigation were brought to our attention as the reason to deny a constrained site TDR of our property. In the April 26th summary of request on page 9, staff evaluates the following. The criteria of approval, step 2, do principles of equitable mitigation merit the issuance of a TDR based on fairness reflective of the overall situation of the property and its history? It seems that staff has made many assumptions and has applied modern planning standards and practices to arrive at their recommendation. To begin to understand the history of this parcel, one would need to understand who my grandfather was and also the perspective of the circumstances of his generation. R.O. Sewell was a businessman through and through. He sold many of the parcels in the Upper Sewell tracts for $10 down and $10 a month, just to keep income flowing as the agriculture and mining industries in the valley rapidly declined. He would not have allowed a developable parcel to be regulated as an access route, no matter its development potential, marginal or otherwise. Although this parcel was lost in the folds of time,
The intent of my grandfather was to make every cent count, either today or tomorrow. He was a product of 2 world wars and the Great Depression. The resulting probability is that my grandfather did not intend for this property to be used as an access alone. That would only be required in today's world of hyper considerations. To address the correspondence in attachment P, suggesting that the property ownership was retained by R.O. Sewell so he could maintain access to the Sweet Jessup ditch is completely inaccurate. In the mid-1960s, my grandfather transferred the water rights he held in the Sweet Jessup because he could not justify paying the maintenance costs associated with ownership in the canal. This further points to his financial considerations and future development value of this parcel. In conclusion, we would ask that the BOCC recognize that this parcel does have a valid development right, that it is severely restricted, and that the principles of equitable mitigation do, in fact, merit the issuance of a TDR. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah.
See if you got it.
Yeah, got it.
I'm actually on already, so I think I can just start.
You're on that
Yeah.
Zoom? Okay, yeah. So if you stop sharing. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Justin Nyberg with Holland and Hart, with the applicant. Forgive me while we kind of sort out some of our technical issues trying to connect and share here. Let me see.
Glad I don't have to have all those computers.
Can I request a 5-minute break if this is gonna take a minute? Because we have to reset the system.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a little break, everybody.
5-minute break. I'll take it.
Thank you, and welcome back to the regular meeting of the Pickton County Commissioners on Wednesday, April 26th. We are in the midst of discussing the resolution denying the Sewell request for constrained site TDR, and we're now going to hear from the Sewell's attorney.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm just pulling up the right screen share here. Bear with me 1 second. So the PDF. How do we know which one is on the PDF? Let's see, would it be this one? Okay, I think we've got it. Okay. Great. Okay, sorry for the technical glitches. I'm Justin Nyberg. I'm with Holland and Hart. And so I am going to talk a little bit about the sort of history of the constrained site aspect of the TDR program to make sure everyone kind of is on the same page in terms of the purpose of the program and its history and how it's been used in the past to the extent that that's helpful. It's been a long time since the constrained site TDR program has been kind of on the, the front of your agenda. But before I do, I wanted to dovetail on some of the initial comments that have been made kind of in terms of speculating on Robert Sewell's intent. Some of the commissioners have asked, Steve, you asked, is there any kind of evidence of what his intent may have been? Or is it, as staff has kind of suggested that maybe this was just supposed to be reserved as a road-only parcel, and that was always the intent. So turning kind of to staff's memo, staff, the applicant and staff agree that this parcel is severely constrained, and the only open question is whether these principles of equitable mitigation, weigh towards granting a TDR or not, and that's completely in your discretion. The one piece of kind of counter evidence that staff's brought up and really the only reason that staff has raised to deny this request comes in the following paragraph. It says the history of the creation of the property suggests that the purpose of the property was not to provide for the development of a single-family residence. Instead, the property was has facilitated development by providing access to the surrounding 19 properties. I think it's a lot to ask for us to crawl back 50 years into the mind of Robert Sewell and try to determine what was in his mind at the time, to the extent that question is even relevant to the question at hand, which is today, is this parcel developable? Would it survive the land use application process? And is it fair to grant a TDR for a property that has all of these overlaying restrictions? But to the extent we do want to crawl into Robert Sewell's mind, I have on the screen here a map of the Robert Sewell property that was produced in 1967, where Robert Sewell kind of maps out what appears to be his intentions for the development of this parcel. This is the first map where he starts to create subdivisions and whatnot. And you can see where my cursor is right here. If you can see kind of this area. This is the subject parcel. And you can see that his original intent was for Red Dog Road to kind of come up along this road easement here, skirt the property, and then come along its diagonal boundary. And this neighbor's access would come along the eastern boundary of that parcel there, preserving as much of this parcel as possible for development. You can see a real intent to create an open space there and not just trash this parcel with roadways. Fast forward to who did plat this road. This was the 1971 plat of the second plat for the Crystal Heights View subdivision, if I got that right. And this is the first time and only time that we see a platted road show up in the form of an easement. This was recorded by a subsequent owner of the property, of actually the Crystal View property. The property's to the left. This was Robert Brewer. So it was not Robert Sewell who created this easement. So I raise this just to sort of try to bring up some counter evidence that, one, we don't know what Robert Sewell was thinking, and it's probably not relevant. Two, there is some evidence that he was trying to conserve this site for development in the future. Would he have known in 1971 that it's a marginal parcel and probably not high on his kind of list to sell off? Absolutely. But we see all the time these marginal parcels sit around waiting for development until the prices rise to the point where somebody says, okay, now we'll develop it. And that's the purpose of the TDR program, is to stifle that demand, to put irresponsible to shoehorn development onto this parcel when it really doesn't belong there. So you're providing an economic incentive at no cost to the taxpayers to eliminate the development right. So let's turn to kind of the constraint side aspect of the TDR program itself. As kind of has been alluded to, this was an offshoot of the 1994 TDR program, which initially was set up to sort of protect wild areas and, a lot of, land on the backside of Aspen Mountain. It's really preserving kind of natural spaces. By 2004, the board was presented with a problem where even in non-rural areas, even in developed areas, you were starting to see this sort of pressure on small, odd-shaped parcels, very similar to what we have today, saying, let's make use of this land. So the problem was that there was increasing development pressure that was pressuring these marginal parcels. What would happen next is that an applicant would come in with a development application that would be denied due to the development standards in the code. The code had essentially gotten so strict that you effectively couldn't put development on the property. So the applicant had to spend 2 years taking up staff times just to get denied. Then the applicant would have to go get a finding that there's been a taking in order to bring the project back to the county, to force the county to approve sort of a project with a minimal degree of viability. That's a lot to ask for an applicant. It's a lot for the county. It's a lot of cost. So the TDR program was set up to say, look, here's a side channel. Let's give you a separate incentive to not go through that costly and lengthy process, and we'll preserve this parcel, and the market will bear it. And again, the TDR is funded by the purchaser of the TDR and not through the county, is like the way sort of a takings claim would be funded. So the goals of the program, this comes from the adopting ordinance, was to incentivize alternatives. It's a summary of the adopting ordinance. In my words, the point was to incentivize alternatives to irresponsible, impactful, and hazardous development. It was also to avoid a takings claims, a scenario that could result in a takings claim. The upside benefits of this, the win-win aspect, is that an applicant gets to avoid the land use application process entirely, even when the project they know is a bad or an unapprovable project. Why waste everybody's time if you don't want to pursue it and you know it's going to be denied? Again, no cost to county taxpayers, and it has the same effect as the regular TDR program, where it moves, it tends to move development rights from outlying rural and decentralized areas into the urban growth boundary. So here's a chart showing kind of how the county has tackled TDRs in the past. The green lines are approvals, the red are denials. You can see that there was a flurry of applications in the kind of early 2000s, right when the program was created. And then things tapered off as a lot of those parcels were kind of found. And so this is a parcel that was kind of recently rediscovered, and it's why we're coming at you in 2023 instead of 2005. But you can see that there's been a consistent, most of the applications are approved. There's only been 2 denials, which we'll get to. And then there's been about 10 years where there's only been a handful of parcels come through the program. So if my math is right here, there's been 22 approvals. I think that's actually 20. There's been 22 applications, forgive me. There's 22 applications, 20 approvals. There's been 2 denials. 1 parcel was denied because it didn't have a development right at all, so it had nothing to sever. So it was ineligible for the program. The second parcel that was denied because the board determined that the parcel was developable. It didn't deserve to be determined. It wasn't severely restricted. So interesting kind of fact, you think of, well, today the question is, do principles of equitable mitigation weigh towards granting it or denying the application? That's never been, in the history of the program, the condition for denial of this application. In the past, the way the board has handled these is if it's severely restricted, that in and of itself is the equitable principle that suggests we should grant, the TDR application. If the land use code has over the years so constrained a parcel that an owner with a development right can't effectively build, that's the equitable principle that's the fairness we're looking for. So I wanted to give you just kind of a brief overview of a few properties that the board has touched on in the past, and kind of talk about some of the similarities about these parcels to the current parcel. This is the Walter parcel, and it's also on Highway 133. It's similar to the current parcel in that it has steep slopes. It's within the wildlife kind of winter range, just like ours. A portion of the property appeared within was located within the setback from the Crystal River. It's in the scenic view protection area, and development of the property would require a lot of significant vegetation removal, kind of along the lines that if we're going to be plowing new roads and stuff, the vegetation on this parcel is going to go away. In addition, the neighbors were not willing to grant an easement to provide, in this case, for a driveway over the road, in our case, for relocation of the roads that go through there. This TDR application was approved, and these are what I'm highlighting. What I have on the screen, just so you know, is these are the only criteria that the board cited in the adopting resolutions for granting this. So this is really all the board looked at as far as what we know from the resolution. Again, a very simple kind of approval here. There was only 3 conditions on this Nelson parcel. It was very similar in size to ours. It was a 0.6 acre parcel, again located in a subdivision with a lot of other parcels around it. The board determined 3 bases for severe constraint and TDR approval. It had the presence of steep slopes in excess of 30%. We have that. The wildfire danger was rated as severe, same as ours. The only distinguishing factor on this one is that the board found that access to the property is not adequate for emergency vehicles. So there's always something different for every parcel. This one's very similar to ours. Gibson parcel, a little further upstream on 133. This was a parcel the board cited the dangerous access on Highway 133 was part of the reason for granting the TDR. Another reason was that this parcel was limited to an activity envelope of 1,733 feet. So it's 700 feet more than what we can probably squeeze in on our property. So a small activity envelope, something that's really effectively too small to build any kind of reasonable home, was a basis for TDR granting at the time. Also, septic issues here. The septic system would have had to have been located within a building envelope, and difficulties kind of placing the setback and the well and septic system into the same tiny development site. There's 4 more of these. This is the McBurney parcel. Again, very simple approval, 2007, 3 criteria. One of those criteria is that while the lot is primarily comprised of slopes less than 30%, there are slopes in excess of 30% along a drainage that bisects the lot from east to west. Very similar to our property. This is the Sparisi parcel. This is on Highway 82, kind of near the North Star Preserve. This is a tiny parcel. It shows that even small parcels have been eligible for TDRs. This is one where it was also bisected by certain access easements. In this case, it was the East of Aspen Trail. It had development on it in the form of parking lots and gravel areas. Notable in this approval was condition C, that given the small size of the parcel, it appears that the required distances between the well, on-site wastewater treatment system, and the residence could not be satisfied pursuant to the environmental health standards, even for a resident with limited floor area. So again, constraints on the intersection between well, septic, and everything. The Rooney parcel, again, a small parcel, 10,000 square feet. Simple decision the board made, 3 criteria. Rockfall, while it was primarily comprised of slopes less than 30%, there was a portion where of the property where the driveway had to cross a slope in excess of 30%. And again, the small size of the lot makes it difficult to accommodate a lot of things you need on a parcel, which is a driveway, a house, a septic system within an activity envelope. So those are 6 parcels that have kind of a similar history to this parcel, similar characteristics, and go to show that, despite the staff's, perception that each of these restrictions can potentially be worked through, as they overlay on each other, they create a web that makes it almost impossible to develop this parcel. And all of those criteria have been cited in the past by the board on numerous occasions to approve TDRs similar to what we're doing here. So with that, I'd be happy to kind of open it up to any questions you have.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions?
Can I ask just, I want to confirm,
Mike?
Mike's on. The approval is, there's no question that this is a residentially developable piece of land. That's the first thing I just want to ascertain. It just, it doesn't make sense to me, but if that's the way the rule works, then I just want to make sure I understand that. It's for a residential, there's no other development that could occur there that would be non-residential. You could put a shed or a, okay, so it's, okay, that was really the question I had. Thanks.
Any other
For now.
questions? Any comments?
I'm not going to comment
Okay,
until I hear
Steve?
public comment.
What?
I don't want to comment until I hear public comment.
Yeah, going back to the question of trying to make the roads safer, and I'm trying to concoct a way, and maybe Justin, you have thought of a way that could be accomplished as part of this process.
I have. As been kind of suggested, there's neighbors on 2 sides of this parcel that have a disagreement about what to do with Red Dog Road and should it be relocated. Jason and Alex have tried to remain neutral in that, and they don't want to get involved in that dispute. It's tangential to this application. I'll point out that it would be a lot, I think, to ask Jason to do the actual road regrading work and in order to get the TDR. It'd be a lot of grading work in a land use application.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to point out that there is a tool that the board can use in that when you effectuate a TDR, if you grant the parcel, there is a restrictive covenant that's recorded against the property that says basically no further development can be done on the property. The question is, would that covenant restrict further development in the form of regrading a road or whatever whatever needs to be done? I defer to John Ely to sort of advise, but I would think that the board can include in that covenant a specific condition that the land could be, that the TDR covenant does not restrict future safety realignments. It doesn't require the applicant. It doesn't say that you have to do this. That would be a lot. But it clarifies for future generations that it is not a restriction on the property, the way a TDR could be interpreted as a restriction on the future development in the form of road grading. It's a tool you have.
Okay. And I do have one other question. It was from the application. I don't think it affects this, but there was a lawsuit at one point between Rachel Beckhofer and Riley.
Batcheldor.
Rachel.
Rachel. So it said lis pendens was the Latin term for what the lawsuit was about. What exactly is that? I know it was resolved.
Right.
Probably doesn't pertain to this, but maybe it does because she's opposed to relocating the road closer to her house, it appears.
Yeah.
So maybe there's some animosity or something there that I don't know about.
Yeah, so that lawsuit did settle, and it's kind of water under the bridge at this point. But it had to do with an adverse possession claim by the neighbor saying, you can't proceed with your TDR application because we own the land, is essentially the lawsuit. So Jason and Alex had to spend, months, or almost a year, kind of establishing their ownership of the land, and ultimately the lawsuit settled. And so the parties are fine with the application moving forward. It's water under the bridge at this point, hopefully. But yeah, it was part of the reason for this application being delayed by almost a year.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
A lis pendens means everyone is put on notice that there is a pending litigation that affects title to the property.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah. I'm still a little confused about this road. So, like, who pays for it, and what prevents, like, what maintains that legal access for all the surrounding properties? I guess is what I would ask. Maybe you want to answer that.
It's a good question. I've never gotten to the bottom of it because it's somewhat kind of peripheral to to this application, which has been our focus.
Explain why it may not be in my mind.
Yeah.
Like, what prevents them from plopping a house on top of the road?
So you can't develop over an easement, and I think that after many years and decades of that road being there, whatever their sort of record legal right was to put it there in the first place, it's now there. And so the idea is it's a prescriptive easement. It's used by the entire subdivision now. And so we can't just plop a house on, what a prescriptive easement they may have obtained over many years of use.
Do you agree with that, John Ely?
It's not so much plopping the house, but impairing the use that has been established prescriptively for the easement.
I was wondering this.
So the papers don't matter. What's happening on the ground is what matters.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
Good point.
I just watched The Wizard of Oz. That's why I said plop the house. Thank you.
I'd like to go
Just
to the
don't
public
start
hearing, if
singing
that's
Yellow
okay with
Brick
the
Road.
commissioners. It's okay if I go to the public hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's a great idea.
So is there anybody in the public who would like to come up and speak? Evan?
Sure, if I may.
Yes, please do.
I certainly appreciate this opportunity. Madam Chair, board members, my name is Neil Riley. Rachel and I reside on 365 Red Dog Road.
You need to sit down so we can get you on the mic.
Sure will. Thank you. I hear a lot about building and roads, bulldozing and disturbance. I really didn't come here prepared to talk about roads, but I think one of our board members put it quite succinctly last time I was here to represent Jason's TDR. 10 inches of snow in Alaska and no plows. What do you do? What do you do? Well, I learned to drive in some pretty dicey situations growing up in Wyoming. You want to access Cherokee in Swiss Village? Ooh, have a pocket full of experience. Now, you pick right or left on Red Dog Road, or up the frying pan for that matter. Do you own a set of chains?
Mm-hmm. Rarely put them on.
Wise decision if you live up Red Dog Road.
I
I'd
did fail
encourage
to
all
tell you
my
that we
neighbors.
do have a 3-minute limit, so I'm just.
Sure.
And I have my timer going, so just so you know.
So I'm really distressed. I mean, I'm sitting before all these board members, and I haven't heard a voice, a single voice, that's advocating for this property. Forgotten, abandoned decades ago, and it's beautiful. The insects, the arthropods through the gamble oak leaf fall, the bearded pestman, the rabbit brush, and the prickly pear. Rachel and I have been out there, since we moved into Red Dog Road, and I weed eat, all the invasive species before the seeds drop. We pull You know, the thistle that manages to come in. And I'm sitting in front of a board, and Francie is the spearhead for the Wild and Scenic on the Crystal. And as a member of the Crystal Caucus, I can't tell you how much we appreciate that some of our board members appreciate the natural environment around us. And after decades of misuse and bulldozing, this whole valley, I think, has come together in an effort to try to preserve what's natural and beautiful. Now, the Sewell brothers, you know, amazing job on the ranch. And with the Thompson Divide, you know, for the whole valley, and for anyone who visits this valley across this nation, astounding. And that a TDR furthers that ethic of saving what's natural, I'm wholly in support of. And I ask the board members to be part of that. And now that my neighbors, after, you know, quite some time, have gotten on board with the TDR for the Sewells, I can't be more pleased. And that's really all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Your timing was perfect.
Thanks.
And thank you.
Thanks.
Good to see you.
Would you like to come up?
Hello, everybody. I just want to say my name's Rick Borch, and I live on 329 Red Dog Road. So I've been driving that road for over 30 years. And what happened, kind of the sequence of events is a few years ago, we finally got enough people in our little area to start working on the road, trying to make it safer. And when we looked into it, it was found out, I believe, that Jason and his brother still owned it, because it wasn't ever on a record anywhere of anybody owning anything. And that was what we were trying to get a road through there, because every one of us has slid down that road. If you look at the pictures and everything, you got at least a 17% grade coming straight down the road into Highway 133. And it's very dangerous, and we knew it, and we finally were trying to get it worked out. And we kind of ran into this situation, what we have here. That was where all of our input came into it. As far as the land being developable, even if the road wasn't there, it's not big enough to do anything with. With a septic tank and a well and all that, that's kind of not our question really, that it's developable or not. It's our safety of 10 families that live up there. And I just want to get that through to everybody that we're really concerned about that. Because every one of us has slid down. And usually you're coming down backwards when you can't make it up in the winter. And you have no control at all. So we were trying to make the road, and when we found out that there was a road platted around that way, we thought that that's a way to pursue. Now, is it the best way to pursue? It's the cheapest and easiest for all of us to afford to make that road, because it's already, you can drive on it right now, other than there's some wood on it and stuff. You could actually drive up there and drive right through there right now. So it's not like you would have had to move a bunch of dirt or do anything really with that parcel of it. Now, if that wasn't acceptable, we thought about doing a snake road up there a little bit, but we would have to use pretty much the whole property to do that, to get up. And then it came about what we're dealing with now. So I just wanted to speak for, and I believe everybody who lives on our road that uses it, is it's very unsafe. And we were just trying to make it safe. And it started this whole process. I don't even know if Jason and his brother knew that they even owned the land or even thought about it 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago. I don't know that, you know, but all I can say is we've been driving the road a long time, and we're really worried that something's going to happen coming down through there. And our concern is Who would be responsible for that?
That was your signal.
What's
It was
that?
for you, that your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All
Nice
right.
to meet you.
Thanks.
Thanks, everybody.
Evan?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Edin Vardy, Executive Director of the Farm Collaborative, and I'm here to speak in favor of the application that's presented in front of you. Aside from the fact that it seems to me like a very clear logical alignment with the policy and with what is allowed from the standpoint of getting a TDR, I just want to speak about the Sewell family at large on behalf of the agriculture community.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yes.
Thank
So
you.
the Sewell family.
This doesn't work in the room, that's just for TV, so.
I see. So
you
the
just have to
TV can hear
pretend.
me, but you
yell
can't
at
hear me.
it, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the Sewell family are really kind of the forefathers of agriculture for us here in the Roaring Fork Valley. And as all of you know, agriculture is a difficult occupation, but they are doing really great work to keep it available, not just for their family, but for many in this community and for future generations. And I think that we as a community just owe it to support the people that are supporting what is foundational to our ethos as a county. And so I really hope you approve this. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Good
Ed.
to see you, Ed.
Are there other people in the room who'd like to speak to this topic?
We're gonna bring him back.
So I'm here to speak as the public. So through this process, my brother and I have really understood and had many discussions about what this property meant to us. Where did it come from? What did it mean? And how did it come about? And originally it was part of the original ranch, and like the gentleman said, that we didn't know it was ours until this information came up about the road realignment, and then we realized that it had a development potential and had some value potential. And through the process and discussions with my brother, we have come to the conclusion that what we really want out of this process and the TDR itself is to be made whole for the fees and the costs that have been associated with this parcel for us. And then what do we do with what is above and beyond what we've put into it financially? And we've decided to take all of the positive proceeds after we've covered our cost and donate it to the Farm Collaborative for use in the agricultural community. Both for infrastructure on the ranch and staff housing, stipends for up and coming agriculturalists and apprentices and interns, as well as some infrastructure development on the ranch as well, and just possibly figuring out what that is. So our commitment to the proceeds of this potential TDR, we decided needed to go back into the community, and that's what we're after with it all. So thank you for your time.
Jason. Is there anybody else in the room? Is there anybody online?
Oh, Jocelyn probably, right? No?
Charlie want to speak?
Jocelyn has her hand up.
Jocelyn?
They both have their hands up.
Okay. Jocelyn and then Charlie.
Okay, great. I'm Jocelyn Wood. I'm with Wood Pierce Nelson, and our firm is assisting the Red Dog Road North Maintenance Association. And I would like to clarify some of the possible misconceptions. One is that this group of owners, they snowplow, they grade, they have done, whatever they can do to maintain the road in its current form for the past 50 years. That has not been something that the property owner has addressed, nor did anyone really expect them to. I would also like to clarify that the Sewell tracks, and those are the tracks that as you proceed up Red Dog Road North, are to the right, to the north of Red Dog Road. Those Sewell tracks do have deeded access over and across Red Dog Road North. And the original deeds, which I have sent to Nicole only today, provide for a 25-foot access easement across a road from Highway 133 as built. And that road as built from Highway 133 is the Red Dog Road North. So I wanted to correct that. There is more than just prescriptive easements. The Crystal View Heights owners have a platted easement, and the Sewell Track owners have a 25-foot easement across the existing road. So between those two things, I think we should be able to come up with a realignment that uses part of the existing road and part of the platted easement. Of course, the adjacent owners don't want to see that happen because they don't want it closer to their house, but they also don't have to drive on the dangerous part of that road. So staff has concluded that the property is severely restricted and may be undevelopable. We agree with that. We also agree that there could be equitable mitigation that would allow for the issuance of a TDR. We, as a point of reference, back when State Highway 133 in 1971, not all of the highway was even paved at that point in time. So it was a different world back then, and the world we have now requires improvement to that road. And I think that the board has a unique opportunity to equitably mitigate issues directly connected to this property and the health and safety concerns of all of the residents. I believe the county can impose conditions on maintenance and improvement of existing improvements on the property. We're not asking that new improvements be built, only that they be realigned and corrected so as to eliminate the health and safety issues. I submit that requiring the owners to approve the realignment of the road as part of the TDR covenant would be a great thing for the owners to get. I mean, if the Sewells had to consent to the application of the owners to permit the realignment, then I think that would probably be adequate, although chipping in to provide the owners with a safe access would be even better, I think. The residents have maintained the road for a long time. They just want to correct it and make it so that it's no longer dangerous. So we're requesting and suggesting that the TDR be issued, conditioned upon the owner's consent to the realignment and the possible provision of some financial support in that regard if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn.
I have a question for Jocelyn.
Kelly would like to ask you a question, Jocelyn.
Okay.
Hi, thank you. Nice to hear you.
Nice to hear you guys.
Are the Sewells the only owners that aren't, I don't know how to say this in a way that's not presumptuous. I'm not meaning to be presumptuous, but are all the owners paying into the maintenance and grading and everything of the road, minus the Sewells, since they didn't know they owned this? I would assume they would have known if they were paying into it.
So yes, I think the owners do, and particularly the owners. I don't think all of the owners have continued to pay in, but over time, the owners that are above 365, I think that's the property where the gentleman owns that just spoke. Everyone above there has paid for and been actively involved, including snow plowing and grading and all of that. And they do pay in, and we have now only recently just incorporated a road maintenance association. So we're getting that organized so that we can present a permit application when the time comes to get this road improved and realigned.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jocelyn. Charlie?
Hi.
Hi, how's Portugal?
I'm not going to talk about that. So my name is Charlene Horn, Charlie, and I live at 371 Red Dog Road. I'm a part of the Upper Sewell Tracks, and I'm going to expand on a little bit of the history of what we had been doing with the road. Back in 2019, we had finally been able to all agree to realign the road. People were tired of sliding out onto the highway, and we had gone so far as to have someone come and actually it was surveyed to try to do a snake type road that would make it much safer. And that's our biggest concern, is the safety of the road. The traffic on Highway 133 has increased quite significantly in the past, and I'm quite capable of driving in the snow. We make sure that we have good snow tires in the wintertime. There are many times when you turn onto Red Dog Road, you don't know how slippery it is until you've made a commitment to it. And I attest to be the person who slid backwards out onto Highway 133 a year ago, this last winter. And I have to say, I've been in a lot of situations, but that was the scariest that I have ever been. It was dark, I closed my eyes, and I waited for impact. And I think that we should be able to have a safe road. I think that should be a part of the TDR issuance. If it happens that the road gets to be realigned to be safer for the rest of us who live above 365, because 365 is basically on the highway. They don't have to worry about the steepness or the how slippery the road is, or any of the other problems that we have in the wintertime with it. So that's what I want to say. I think it's only going to be a matter of time before something really drastic happens to somebody sliding out on that road. You know, why wouldn't anybody want us to have a safe road?
Okay, thank you so much, Charlie. Are you still there?
I am. Thank you, Francie.
Okay, enjoy your time over there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Anybody else? Okay, back to the commissioners. Go ahead, Greg.
I just want to thank Jocelyn and Charlie for providing their perspective there. They get to the part, an issue which bugs me, which I brought up earlier, which is the road, of course. And the problem I have is that I'm not sure exactly how far our discretion goes in the awarding of a TDR. But I have to say, I have incredible respect for the Sewells and the farmers, tomato growers, and everybody else in the room here. I support you guys, and I really appreciate everything you're doing. The idea of severing a TDR and spending that money outside and not paying attention to the road, to me, is almost offensive. I've got to say, I think that a mistake was made in the original platting of the road. We can't make assumptions about what your grandfather was doing, but we've got a dangerous situation here that needs to be mitigated, and I think it should be tied to any approvals related to this if we can possibly do it. And I'd have to look to our attorney to find out, but that's where I am. If you were to say we're going to use this TDR to fix the road, I think I'd be a little more positive about it, as much as I support farms and farming. The other part is just the assumptions about what the original intent was for that property. To me, is pretty clear. It was to hold a road. That it has room to try to shoehorn a little bit of development in is surprising to me that would be a developable parcel, and I'm still trying to understand that. So I don't know if there's a question in this other than that. How far does our discretion go? because I'm trying to figure out if I can find wiggle room to make this work somehow for everybody. Thanks.
Patty.
And so a question for Ely would be, you know, can our discretion include, for instance, where the TDR lands? There's another one I like to bring up. And also, can it include who gets the proceeds, and could it go toward the road? And
I'll let John answer that before, because I
Thank
have
you.
my opinion on that, and I think I'm going to agree with the county attorney.
I was asking
hope.
John, thanks.
The, where the TDR lands is a decision that the board has made in the issuance of TDRs in the past, depending on their relationship to a particular neighborhood or a property or something like that. So the board has in the past restricted where TDRs land. Apart from that, TDRs themselves are somewhat fungible. So the board, you know, has the ability to direct where TDRs land across the board anyway, anywhere in the county. As far as
Just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. You're talking about severing versus landing.
Right.
Could we say a TDR would have to land within this neighborhood? I mean, be utilized. That's what I was talking
You mean the
about.
proceeds from the TDR?
Know exactly where they land? Like, you have to land it on,
If somebody purchases a TDR, can we restrict what part of the community they can actually utilize it to put in their 2,500 square feet?
well, like I said, we've done that before. It's not done frequently, but it is done. And it usually relates to the property, the quality of the property, the situation of the property, where the TDRs are coming from, and in regards to where those the TDRs should land, or the TDRs that are produced. I'm not sure how I'd define neighborhood up here, if it's just the property served by this access road, or if it's a broader neighborhood. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how the landing of the property or TDR up there would contribute or detract from you know, the area.
I think it's a tangential question, so you don't have to dig into it. It's just something that I think about. Back to our discretion on the use of the proceeds of a TDR.
The TDR, once it's created, is something that can be bought and sold and transferred, and that's established in the land use code that creates the TDR initially anyway. So the proceeds are, you know, private to the individual who possessed the TDR and then transacted it. So you can't do that, but I think your question isn't so much how to direct the proceeds, but how to condition an award of a TDR in this case. And we talked about that a little bit at the beginning of the meeting, that and Steve brought it up, the repair of the road is not something that is particularly directly consequential to the application before the board. However, given the circumstances of the road's condition and the situation of the property where the road is located, and that's the property being requested to be sterilized in order that a TDR be lifted, I think the board does have discretion there. In point of fact, if the TDR is lifted off the property is then covenanted against further development. I'm not sure what might be needed to fix, so to speak, the road. It sounds like it's going up grade, and typically that's fixed by expanding the length of the road through a switchback or something to eliminate the pitch. The road surfacing is also an issue. All of that activity would be under the scope of development prohibition associated with the TDR.
Great, thank you. Last question would be, does Jocelyn's information about the types of the deeds on that road have any relevance here?
you mean the easements?
Well, the easements are what they are. I haven't seen them, so I can't, judge what they are. But, I can certainly accept Jocelyn's representation for the purposes of the application. So there is, I think, even absent any type of a written easement, certainly a prescriptive use, the scope of it is dictated by either a specific grant or how the road has been used. I don't think there's probably much difference, given that the fact that the easement, or however it exists or was established, is ingress and egress to other properties up the hill. So that doesn't really change anything, except that the easement for the scope of it, the width, in other words, basically the location of the roads today, is where the roads are confined to. If you were trying to redraw easements and trying to change the course of the road, then you'd have to do something else, I assume. And we don't have the answer to that here. The only thing I can tell you in relation to the application in that is that the TDR, once severed, is done so in relation to a covenant. And the covenant is granted in exchange for the TDR, whether the TDR is coming off of rural and remote property, or whether the covenant is coming off of a constrained lot property, or whether it's whatever the course of it is. So that's a consequence of the issuance.
I have a question about that. So then if we do a covenant attached to this TDR and the TDR doesn't sell, would it be incumbent on the receiver of the TDR to still pay for the road repair? That would not be very fair.
Well, you are the judge of fairness, that's for sure. So if the TDR does not sell,
I mean, does he have to
we simply
come
do
up
not,
with the money the minute he gets the TDR?
we don't guarantee the process involving TDRs. We don't guarantee the program will be around next month. We don't guarantee that there'll be a commodity that can be sold. We are simply not in that business.
Yeah. Okay. Patty?
Yes, I'm going to address the issues at hand in the application. I find, for me, that this site is severely restricted, and I feel that rather than pushing a site through for development with variances and mitigation of all these different factors, I would support the issuance of a TDR, and I would like staff to find language within a covenant for that TDR that allows future consideration of road improvements and possibly the alignment back onto part of what's already platted for the road. We don't have the answers. We haven't seen engineering on what needs to be done and how much it would cost and where it might actually need to go. I think public safety on the use of that road is a priority, and I think we don't want to eliminate that by not allowing that to be considered in the sterilization of this property from development. And that's where I would like to see this going. I also agree with the county attorney on the fact that we haven't in the past, and I don't think we can now or in the future, say you have to use the money from your TDR to X, Y, and Z. As to location of the landing of a TDR, we have in the county code areas that we've already designated for receiver sites, which kind of limits or directs the landing of TDRs. And in some areas, we've had comments, for example, in Woody Creek, that the TDR that was issued from Woody Creek had to be used somewhere in Woody Creek. I think we had this was somewhere over the past 20 years. So we have done that in the past, but we don't know where the market is today versus where the market was when we directed where, area TDRs could be landed. I agree with Francie. We're not going to say, Jason, you have to pay for it, but you might not have any money because you might not be able to sell the TDR. As far as the payment for the improvements of the road, they're already looking at creating a road maintenance district of some sort. They may want to consider doing a property tax special district like we've done further up, like Redstone area. Phyllis, remember we had an area up there that not too many years ago we supported them creating their own metro district of sort, road improvement district that legally allowed them to put property taxes on properties. to help pay for road improvements. That's a possibility that they could be looking at for improving that road in the future. So that's kind of where I am hoping that we go on this application. Thank you, Francie.
Thanks, Patty. Other comments? Okay, Steve?
I would agree with Patty about that this is a constrained site. I think it justifies receiving a TDR for the constrained site. I am trying to think outside the box a little bit and come up with a solution on the road. One would be in the neighboring subdivision to the south, which I think somewhere in the packet it said that they did not want to, there was not an easement to go through there into what these houses on the Red Dog Road that we're talking about. But that would be a totally perfect solution if they could have a mutually exclusive easement through the entirety of the road for all the people in the two subdivisions to use both roads. Going in and out as necessary. That, I think, could solve the road problem very easily. If the neighboring subdivision does not want to do that at all, I could see, looking at the map, that would be possible maybe to change the entrance to the Red Dog Road maybe a little bit further up the Crystal River and then come back on. It would lengthen the road and make less of a grade to get from point A to point B. It goes through, that would go through the bottom of two of the triangle pieces on the neighboring subdivision, it looks like. Would be using someone's land that would have to be purchased for that. And we didn't want to just donate it to the cause. But that would be an engineering solution on lengthening the road, allowing for the grade to be less going up on it. I really hope that this can be solved, and I definitely want to have a condition, a covenant, however you can word it, John, that they are allowed to realign the road on this property, even though it's no development is any longer allowed. Building road is a development, but it would just be realigning the existing road, and I think that would be the way to get around that.
Kelly?
All right. I'm going to offer a dissenting view with utmost respect to the applicants whose work I really appreciate. But related to how this parcel and the TDR programs interact with each other, you know, I think there's a lot of imperfect parcels in the county. I think, you know, we don't have a lot of just flat spaces that meet size and setback all the time. And so while I appreciate the constrained TDR code language, I don't think that this site is necessarily completely constrained. And I don't think we have all the information that would help me think further on that, including where the surrounding wells and water are located. As just one point, you know, the TDR program has impacts on other neighborhoods that is in the future and are unknown at this time. So it's hard to sort of consider who and where we might be impacting by transferring square footage off of this parcel, which I regard as very heavily used and which is, you know, very heavily benefiting private property owners, not just the ones who own that parcel, but everyone who is using it in this neighborhood, and that the broader community benefit to severing a TDR is not sufficient in my discretion, which we have as a board. You know, I think that the road safety issues are important to consider, but we have neighborhoods all over the county who have private road safety issues to consider that we don't really weigh into or play into. And, you know, I think that it would be preferable, from my point of view, is for all those owners and neighbors to come together and figure out that solution, and whether that is somehow monetizing and benefiting the Sewells more fairly or otherwise. So, you know, I do think this is a constrained site. I don't think it's completely constrained. I think if there was a motivated property owner that wanted to come in and build 1,000 to 2,000 square foot home, they would create a creative application, and they would have a defensible presentation to make to us on that. So that's why I'm not prepared to either say this is a completely constrained site or to issue the TDR off of it.
Okay. I think it's a very constrained lot. I've walked it quite a bit. You can see I'm friends with Charlie. I've been at her place quite a few times. I don't see it. I've walked around and tried to imagine a house here or there on that piece of property, and I can't see it for the life of me. If you completely took out the existing road and realigned it on the original platted road site, then perhaps you could put a little house right in there. But it's got the water drainage coming this way. It's got a steep hill over here. Then it's going to have the road slightly above it over here. It just, I don't see it happening. So I do believe it's a constrained site. I'm not thrilled about awarding TDRs for something that's not a perfect piece of rural property. The constrained sites have bothered me since I came on the board. The first one up in Redstone drove me crazy. However, I do think that we don't want this piece of property built on, and it would be very visible from the road. It would be, I just don't see it happening. But, so I am in favor of saying that it is fully constrained. I mean, really, an 800 square foot piece of property on a very steep hill for building a house is really not viable. And then the other place that Doug pointed out that was buildable is in the platted easement. So we can't talk about making a safe road where the easement goes and putting a house there. That just, those two conversations collide. So I actually would make a motion to approve the TDR, and I want to take a moment before I go any further to thank Jason and Alex for committing the balance of the TDR funds, if in fact you are able to sell them, which is not a given, to agriculture in the valley, to the Farm Collaborative, and to the work that you've done. I don't know if you all know, but Jason has quite a bit of agriculture. Patty and I visited the greenhouses together, Casey's greenhouses. He has quite a bit of agriculture on the property they do, for which they do not charge money. They live in very modest houses. They can take this money and build a great big mansion there, and that is not what they do. And in terms of the 2,500 square feet extra in this neighborhood, Greg, it's a very modest neighborhood. There are no huge houses on there willing to put 2,500 more square feet on it. You know, it's just not that kind of neighborhood. But anyway, I do just want to comment that Alex and Jason have contributed very, very generously to the agricultural efforts in the valley, and they're willing to do that with the proceeds from the TDR, and that definitely helps to sway me. So I would make a motion that we approve the TDR, and we have a covenant that allows for improvement of the road, but does not make it incumbent on Jason and Alex to improve the road. I think for us to get into that, it's outside the purview of this particular application. It's way outside it. It involves all these other property owners, 11 other property owners or whatever, and I know there's disagreement with the man who was in here, with the other property owners on the road, and I don't think we want to get in the middle of that. I agree with Kelly that they need to come together themselves to figure out the road. There are worse roads actually on 133 than that road, but, so my motion would be to approve the TDR with a covenant that says, that there is, that improvement of the road may occur on the
Preserve lot.
protected property.
And I will second that motion wholeheartedly and with great thanks.
Well, thank you.
I have a
Yes.
question. This resolution is written to deny.
Yes, so the motion is to deny
How do we do that?
the denial. Thank you. It is in opposition to the, let's see, how
But
I
I
have to
don't,
say this, let me see. how
that
to say
doesn't
this.
like articulate findings for an approval though, so.
That's true, so,
Um,
let me just work on this for a second, unless somebody has a suggestion.
I think John's
I think we
ready.
need to consult
Yeah,
Mr.
John,
Ely.
you have a
Well,
suggestion?
yeah, you want to make a finding that this is a constrained lot and that it's appropriate to award a TDR.
Okay, and then what does that do to this application?
You're granting it.
Okay,
So
so
what-
how
But the
do I
re-
change
the-
the
You have to come
amendment?
back with the new reso?
Well, a new reso will be written, but it doesn't need to come back to you necessarily, because what you're doing is on the decision points, and there were two of them, you're simply deciding against the recommendation.
That.
So
That's it.
your
That's my motion.
So her motion is good.
Yeah.
Your motion is good and my second is even better.
Okay, I have
Okay.
an issue, however, because I
Okay.
don't think it articulates the actual findings of the conversation that we had here today. So it's not, I'm struggling with that we would adopt something that doesn't reflect
We're not adopting this.
the
reso.
conversation.
The
No,
findings? What do you
but-
mean by
so
the
then,
findings?
so,
Staff's coming back with a new reso that would, I think, address your concerns.
So I think there are two options for you. One is that you direct staff to come back at another meeting with a resolution reflecting this motion. Or, in other cases, you have made the motion, approved it, and basically then it is up to the chair to sign off on that resolution when it comes forward. And it doesn't necessarily come back to the board. So,
I'd love some clarification from you though, Kelly. What do you mean by the findings of the conversation?
Because if
not
you're
sure we have
if you're
findings.
finding that
Throwing
a
this
site is constrained, like that's an active thing we have to do. And if we're issuing a TDR, that's an active thing that we have to do. Like denying this resolution doesn't create an approval, for what they've requested.
So can
That's
I,
not what John said.
No, you're not denying, the resolution is just offered
It's moot.
as a part of the recommendation. The recommendation is for denial, and so a resolution for denial is prepared. And as you saw in the presentation, there are two decision points as you make it. The lot is constrained, and then an award of TDR is within the standards of the code, an equitable mitigation of the constrained situation of the lot. That's it. And so that needs to be reflected. Beyond that, if you want to make additional findings of fact, to have that included in the resolution, then you can do so. It's up to the vote of the majority to decide what is or is not in the resolution, and whether the resolution is inherently an approval or of the application or a denial. And you're moving approval of the denial of the application.
I'm actually more confused now than before you started talking.
Francie, can I just try here? So technically, this denial resolution in our board, in our packet is out. We are now doing a resolution to approve based on the findings that we found, and staff will come back to clarify that in a resolution. I think it would be, and that we're gonna award a TDR, and we're gonna have a covenant that includes verbiage about future development for road improvements. And I think the board might be more comfortable if it comes back to the board to review that and pass it at a future meeting.
Just to double check on the wording and everything.
Yeah, because I think Kelly has valid concerns, and she would like to see what our findings are when we move it forward.
So, and then I'll look at John, but then I think you've given direction, but you would then continue the application to specific meeting
So we
date,
need
at
to
which
do
time
that.
we would bring back a resolution reflecting, you know, the motion that Francie and Patty
So
put
Francie, will
forth.
you withdraw your motion and I'll withdraw my second? I'll give you a new motion.
Yes, I withdraw my motion because obviously it was made incorrectly.
So I would like to make a motion to continue this to allow staff to redraft a resolution with stating that we find this site constricted, what's it called?
Constrained.
Constrained. And that we approve a TDR and that we have findings of fact in that new resolution to come back before the board, which would be hopefully a simple reading. So it's a motion to continue on those grounds.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, any comments? Yes,
So,
Steve?
I was wondering if Greg, first of all, Greg hasn't really spoken to this.
I just
Don't
wanna-
encourage him over there.
No, I do want to hear
Thank you.
Greg's opinion or thoughts. And then I have a couple more thoughts.
In a perfect world, I'd see them fix the road together, all working together, landowners and neighbors, and getting it done right, because it was never done right to begin with. That's what I'd like to see before we talk about severing a TDR for sale to who knows, whatever good cause. That doesn't seem to be the way that's going. I did have a question, though. The resolution you've just proposed, the continuance implies an approval. I guess it would have to be framed that way, and then we can vote on yes or no. So,
I gave staff direction to, with part of the continuance, to bring back a resolution declaring this property as severely constrained with the awardance of a TDR, and then have staff list the findings of fact that we've discussed during this meeting, including verbiage in the covenant that addresses your safety concerns about the road.
can we continue it? Then it brings back a resolution saying, stating that we find it constrained, and leave it at that.
Well, the board has opted to see the resolution before it's finally approved. So the motion to continue is not conditioned upon any future action. The board can change its mind if it wants to, until a final decision is made through a motion and through a vote. It's still a live issue. So
I'm
Could go
asking
either way
that the
there.
res come
Request was
back with
to-
a
I just don't want an
TDR.
implication that goes beyond what we actually need to do.
right, and that doesn't mean that
I think
you're
Steve's
not
right.
free to tweak, change, flip, or do anything else to the resolution when you see it.
Okay, thank you.
Steve?
It was brought up about takings during this by one of the people talking. And I've gone through, I think, one takings procedure in the last 10 years I've been a commissioner. And I did not like that process at all. Anything we can do to avoid going through a takings thing, I think is good if we can avoid that. So I just wanted to bring that up, that to me, doing a takings and then having what ended up happening, the person goes in, they build the house on the place, and they put in whatever things are necessary to make it work, and that's usually worse than any other outcome. And we could have done that on this place, gone through a takings thing. They could have ended up building a house on there that probably would be an eyesore and would, not solve the road issue. And so I think that's really, and Justin really spoke to that's why the TDR for a constrained site was put in place. And I think it's been very effective in heading off some bad houses and bad locations
Francis,
over the years.
Can I just
Thank
add to
you.
that?
Kelly's
Can I
got-
just add to that real quick, Kelly? I'll be very brief. Yes, Eve, I was on the board when we were seeing takings after taking, and that's when we decided that we needed to look at a better way to address these properties. And that's when we expanded the constrained lots for uses of TDRs, because it was what Steve said, and it was, you either were gonna buy the property or you were gonna grant a TDR. And so that was happening on a really regular basis at a period of time prior to when you were on the board. So thanks for bringing that up. Sorry, Kelly.
Okay, Kelly?
Thanks. I wanted to prod you a little more.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Just
Because
because
I'm trying to understand it myself.
Okay. Well, really, because I think we either signal to the applicant that they need to come back more prepared to debate the issue with us, or we signal to them that we're like kind of having a quick review of a resolution that reflects this conversation. And so I'm sort of unclear as to where you're at. You know, yeah, so I was just
Okay,
hoping to
my
understand a little
hesitance is
better.
always around TDRs, as everyone knows, because it might not cost the taxpayers anything that's traceable, but it's a cost to the commons, it's a cost to the community, one way or another. It's going to be a cost to the community, and we've been trying to predict and avoid and, you know, mitigate for that. I'm wondering what other options are available. If they were to sell this piece of property, if they could find a buyer, what would it possibly be worth? If it was appraised, what is the value of this piece of property? And if it comes in at substantially lower than the market value of a TDR, might we be better served by purchasing that from the owner so they could be free of it, and then we help fix the road? That might be a solution that's less expensive in the long run than a TDR might be. And it also might help us move toward fixing the road. So I'm wondering if there are other solutions, and it's my naivete that brings me to ask this, because I simply don't know, but I'm wondering what else is possible.
In response to that?
Okay.
I actually did think of one way that was logical that it could be sold, that the three adjoining neighbors on the triangle buy up to the road easement. So they'd be parceling it out, so everybody would be expanding their lots a little. I have no idea what the money part of it, or if anybody could afford it or would want to do that, but that could.
It's a possibility.
That's the only way I could see it being sold to someone else, not a lump sum thing, unless somebody was just really generous and wanted to extinguish it and get the tax credit write-off for it or something.
We can't anticipate anybody doing that, but I think back to the one in Redstone or up the castle, where I think the lot had been bought for about $40,000, and we gave him a TDR for it, which he turned for 400,000 days, weeks, or months later. When really we could have bought that lot for what its value, I think, and actually served, it might have been a better deal for the public and the community to actually spend money in the case where this constrained lot really isn't worth a lot. So I have no idea what this lot is worth. I suspect it's not worth very much. I don't think it was ever really intended to be a saleable lot, despite the assumptions made. But I don't know that. But one thing we could do is get an appraisal and find out what it's worth.
Francie.
I'm still talking. Let me finish the thought, Patty.
I was just raising my hand, that's all.
Okay, all right. So that's where I'm hung up. The thought of just doing the quick TDR application, boom, done, windfall, great. The money gets spent to good causes. That's all wonderful. Yet the problem remains for the neighborhood and the homeowners. Just wondering if there's a better way to do this.
Well, I think we're kind of going a little far afield, because we don't know what the outcome of the lawsuit was with the neighbor. So we don't know what Jason and Alex can do with this property. And I believe that it's a closed deal, so we'll never know. And so I think we're trying to impose things that could be they can't act on. And so I'd like to just stick to what we know about this property and make our decision on what's been presented to us, and not try to solve all the homeowners' problems and everything. I just feel like we're outside of our purview on this particular application, and it concerns me. Yeah.
I just want to respond to that. I mean, they've come to us like saying they have a development right, which is why they're asking for us to weigh in on this. So I would be greatly disturbed if a development right doesn't exist.
Oh, well, we know the
for
development
something-
right exists on the property for sure.
But you're saying that you don't know if there's now a legal constraint to even being able to come to us with any development application.
No, I didn't say that. I said, we don't know what the terms of this thing are and what's in the future up there. We just don't know. And so I think we have to act on what we do know, which is in the application. And I just feel like, I'm not quite sure how we can spend so much time talking about how to fix a road. For one thing, there's already a platted road, and from my understanding, that's the road that they would like to use, rather than trying to design a whole new road that we know nothing about, and we don't know the grades of roads or where, we don't know any of that. That's not our business. And there is a platted road that is a safer road, according to the people that we've heard from, than the road that exists. So I just feel like we're getting way out there in trying to sort of manipulate this community up there, this subdivision, instead of just dealing with the application in front of us. Patty?
Yeah, and Greg, I appreciate you're looking for other solutions, and you brought it up before that the county should just buy these. We don't have a fund just to buy land that doesn't serve a direct purpose like affordable housing or those kind of issues. And if we start buying up land and helping people with their road improvements without asking them to take responsibility for maybe their own road, we're gonna be opening up a huge can of worms that I don't think we wanna go down that path. At least I don't want to. I would rather use our funds more, with more dedicated purpose than just, rather than issue the TDR, which is a program we have created and we have utilized to do that because of takings, where the county said at that time years ago, when we had money and we didn't have the property values that we do today, where we said we can't just continue to buy these takings properties all over the county. It wasn't feasible. It wasn't fiscally responsible for the Board of Commissioners to be making that decision. Right now, I believe, and I don't know if we have a second for my motion that was on the table to continue.
Steve seconded it.
To have staff bring back to us a resolution with stating that we found the lot constrained and that we're approving a TDR. I hope and ask it to come back to the board so we can review the language and then take a vote. But right now, I think I can count to 3 of people who are saying they're gonna do a TDR. I appreciate the discussion, the differences of opinions, but I would like to see that motion called so we can move forward, have staff bring it back, because I have a feeling we'll have more discussion at the next reading than I was hoping, but that's what we're here for.
I think you had one more point in your motion, though.
Adding the language into the covenant.
That there's a covenant that the road could be approved even though that we've said that the.
Yeah,
we've
the
granted
future
TDR.
development for the
Okay.
road improvements would be part of a covenant, issuing the TDR.
Are you calling the question?
No, I'm not. I'm asking
have to
for
do
it to
that.
be
Okay.
called, and I'm not gonna usurp your power.
Sounded like you were.
I'm not gonna usurp your power.
I just think you want to
Suzanne.
add in a date certain for the continuance, so I don't know if you're just looking for us to bring it back at the next meeting, which would be May 10th.
Is there room in the meeting on May 10th?
We've had we only have 2 land use items, so I don't know what it means for the
What
rest
about
of your
your
agenda.
time?
What?
Well, what about your time, getting it
Can
ready
you
by
flip
then?
it around by then?
I mean, again, we're I think it's,
May 10th?
we have all the information pulled together.
The 10th or the 24th are fine with me. I'm not gonna,
Any comments on the date? No? Okay, well, I'll call the question.
Name a date.
Okay, yeah, May 10th. So, all right, so we're going to do a vote right now on Patty's motion to label the lot constrained, award a
continue.
TDR language from, coming back to us on May 10th with a covenant that the road can be changed or improved.
future development is allowed to address the issues of the road.
Perfect, her language.
Now, Kelly, I saw her questioning the use of label.
No, I have some language that I'd like to forward to staff, I think, for
As far as
inclusion
the-
in the findings that you all can review when it comes back to us.
Fine with me.
Is this after the vote or before the vote?
Well, it'll be in their draft that will then.
Got it, come back to
see.
us.
Yeah, I think that's perfect.
which I would actually like to see before it comes before the board again.
We will see it.
I mean, if
It will
she's
be
gonna
in your
add
packet.
language to it, I don't want to be surprised on May 10th
No,
by the
you'll
language.
see it before.
So I'd like to have it,
I can tell you what I'm gonna send them, if it's helpful.
yeah.
I just like a finding that the application didn't include information about the current existing wells and sewer,
Mhm.
and that neighboring properties are benefiting from the access easement through this property.
Okay,
I don't have a problem with that, it's just
I don't either.
Kelly's
Sounds
points
good
are
to me.
clarified.
Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. This is just
Say
to
aye.
continue.
Okay, it passes 5-0.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
Okay, this is my fault. I'm gonna take full responsibility for this meeting running this long because I said it was gonna be over early. I will take full responsibility for that.
Oh, I knew that one would be
Thanks,
a long
Nicole.
one.
I knew that, but I thought the other ones would be.
Suzanne, thank you, and Nicole, thank you very much for your work on that.
Thank you so much. Calories. You didn't get anything through. Oh, no.
I heard they want to continue the program, but they want to tweak it. Yeah. Oh, interesting.
I think that's gonna come.
Ready for us?
All right, now we are going to
Hello.
have another land use hearing on the resolution granting annual review approval to the Redstone Castle, and Suzanne Wolf is going to introduce this for us.
Thanks, Francie. So this is just annual review. Redstone Castle went through a pretty extensive review process in 2018 when a village lodge preservation master plan was approved. That required an annual review. Since we were here last, the property has been acquired. The new owner is RC Ownership LLC, and it's Stefan, you'll have to pronounce your last name. Debates. And Glenn is here representing him. To be really brief, I think you'll see in the report that not much has happened. You know, there was, I think, still coming out of COVID, and then the property was transacting. So under the new ownership, they've continued to provide the tours and the other activities, special events, lodging. None of that has been happening out on the property. So there's not a whole lot to report out on at this point. Things have been pretty quiet. You know, again, we really didn't have many comments. There was a letter that was not in the packet but forwarded to you all, I think on Monday, from Evelyn and Cindy Harper. Did you all get that one? So the only comments we received were from the Harpers and Jeff and Jeanette Beer, who basically just said they had no issues or complaints.
Yeah.
So that's about all I have for you in terms of the annual report.
Patty?
Yeah, and we are not asking that this annual reviews are done, right? They'll continue, especially since the fact is we're still gearing it up.
Correct.
That's my first question. I
Correct.
just want to clarify that for the public. This is not the last. This is maybe just the beginning. The other question I have is maybe Glenn, you and the applicant can help. Any changes or excitement about future plans for 2023?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. That's all I needed to know.
Yeah.
We're working on an amendment to the master plan. Stefan and the ownership group has a plan to turn the facility into primarily a tourist accommodations facility with a wellness center for the guests to be associated with it. And we've been working with the staff on it. We're working very hard on it. We anticipate submitting the master plan amendment in about 4 weeks. So we'll be spending quite a bit of time with you going through the master plan amendment. We think it's got a lot of positive aspects, and we look forward to talking with you about it.
Thank you.
Didn't you tell us about that last year?
That's right.
Yeah.
I a little bit underestimate the amount of studies, but I think we've been very diligent with a great team to look at all the aspects, and I'm sure we're going to get to see each other quite a bit in the next.
Especially after what you saw today.
Yeah, exactly.
He saw more of us today than he thought he was going to see. Thank you. Okay, thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
It's a public hearing, I think.
You
I
have
just read Gilded Mountain, and I just keep thinking about the castle. Book I recommend.
Oh, I thought we were
I read
doing
that
Yellow
too.
Brick
I did
Road
too,
again.
yeah.
It was good, yeah.
So you're just asking us to grant annual review approval?
Right, right. That's what the resolution in front of you does. Essentially, there's, no change. What it said was we're maintaining the number of events, but I think, again, we're gonna be having a whole new conversation about activities at the castle. So,
And we're seeing this
now, this
now
holds.
before then because we have to see it now because it's a year after the last
the
time. we saw
timing
it.
is set up based on the annual review,
Yeah,
based on
okay.
when the original approval was granted.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, Steve?
Since you are working on a new master plan,
Mike?
her hearing's getting better. I remember when we were doing the original with the Carvers, doing their master plan approval, and it was a very long and lengthy process that went on many months, which I would hope that your revision of the master plan will be much faster and easier than that. I'm sure it will be. But I remember one of the things that I thought would be good if it could be done physically at that time was to change the entrance to the property across the Crystal River. There's old bridge pilings over there, and I think next to the Harper's house, actually. That might not be the best location for it because they were the family that may be most impacted by the traffic, but it was the traffic going too fast on the road into the castle was the neighbor's main problem, and just the volume of the traffic. And I thought if there were a way to come straight off of Highway 133 onto the property, that would get rid of that whole issue of the traffic going by the neighbor's houses along the other road. And I have no idea if this is, I'm sure it's engineering, it's possible, but practically it might not be at all possible. I don't know the ownership and the, it'd be a different access off a state highway and all these different issues. But I just want to toss that idea out there. It's a possibility, and that would alleviate a lot of the neighbors' concerns, actually, or along the
Would that
lane.
require a new bridge?
Yes.
It would require a new bridge, yeah.
And access onto 133.
That's a big river.
It is. It'd be a big, be a costly thing, but it would eliminate like 90% of the issues, I think, that the neighbors had all those years ago when we were discussing it with the Carvers.
We're working with the traffic engineers now, and that's definitely one of the topics on their work program is to consider that.
But are you discussing a new bridge? Are you discussing a new bridge?
It's part of the scope of work that we're looking at. You know, one of the biggest issues that we have is the bridge. In addition to that is the acceleration, deceleration lanes on Highway 133. And we've talked about it would be really nice if the speed limit just slowed down on Highway 133 so you didn't have to have acceleration, deceleration lanes. But we're dealing with the state highway department. But I would think that maybe the residents who live in Redstone Ranch Acres and Country Club Estates all might like the idea if everything just slowed down there. So that's one of the things that we're considering.
I
And
hope
we
you
don't
can make that
control
work.
it, but we're
I tried
considering
that on Prince Creek and I didn't make much progress on that.
Yeah, that's the problem. You know, if we were I wish it was a county road so we could deal just with you instead of Colorado Department of Transportation, but that's not what it is.
But even with a county road, it's
In 1955, I think the gravel road started on the edge of Carbondale going up the whole Crystal River was just a gravel road, or a dirt road, probably part of it, and the traffic was much slower than.
You think? Patty?
Yeah, so Francie, just in case you have nothing to do, you could go back and watch all those meetings where we talked about this bridge and this new access. Steve will remember it and why we ruled it out at the time. I think Glenn is aware of that, and it was a lengthy process, and we went into this idea of the new bridge and access in great detail. at that
Well,
time.
this is a good year to assess the bridge because the Crystal River is gonna be ripping here in a little while.
So, yeah,
We'll
let's
get an
do
idea of
construction
how
this
big a
year.
bridge it would have to be.
Yeah, I was, in working on this, I went through a lot of the materials you're talking about, Patty, and it's just, there's a lot there. And we'll be revisiting some of those issues.
So it's a public hearing, right? Do we have a?
And the public is here. Would you like to talk, Mary?
Well, yeah, if the council is considering.
Come on up.
You have to come on up and say your name and do the whole official thing.
If the council has a, my
Wait,
name is
stop,
Kathy
stop,
Edmonds.
stop. Introduce yourself. Sit down. Welcome.
Take a deep breath.
Introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Kathy Edmond, and I live across the street from the castle in Crystal River Park. If the castle is considering building a bridge, or would it be the county?
No, it wouldn't be us.
I think it would be them.
Okay, well, if it's the county, then I would ask that maybe if you could connect the west side of 133, those subdivisions into the Redstone Water District and Sanitation. I mean, how else are you gonna get? I mean, that's the only way that they considered doing it in the past. So if they're considering a bridge, but that's got nothing to do, because that would be their private bridge and not the county's. Okay.
Did you want to add anything else to the conversation?
She's just planning ahead.
Yeah, well, please open up the trail in front of the Ranch Acres, so
No, I've been,
everyone can enjoy it.
if I
Yeah.
may.
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I was, when we were discussing the Crystal Trail thing from Crested Butte to Carbondale, and I was advocating for the bike trail, walking trail from the subdivisions, your subdivision, to Redstone. I hadn't thought about doing water and sewer, but it could go along the same alignment as a bike trail along 133.
I think you need to talk to the water and sewer
On the west
districts.
side. The west side.
On the west side, yeah.
Some of us are already connected with, well, actually, I pay for water there and sewerage, and not sewerage, sanitation, and I don't have
Yeah,
anything but
Linda.
a septic.
That's your sanitation.
So Glenn, your project just got a lot bigger.
But they have a treatment center there now.
All right, well, thank you, Kathy.
You said public comment, okay.
Okay.
Thanks for spending the afternoon with
Yeah.
us.
Sure, well, thanks. This
You
has been
know-
a real
anyone
eye
online?
opener.
Unless anybody has an issue, I'd like to make a motion to approve the annual, a resolution, the annual review approval of the Redstone Castle.
I'll second that.
Any more comments? Steve?
Well, just noting that there was one thing, I think it's in the resolution, that we were gonna keep the level of activity at the same level as previous years because there hasn't been an increase in the level of activity. And it makes sense to keep that the same as what we permitted before.
That's in the reso, so.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we have a motion, we have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
Hurry, you're only 40 minutes late.
Go down, 40 minutes later, I'm gonna drive down there.
And now it's time for open discussion.
Well, thank you. I think we're
Thank
supposed to be
you.
out of
Thanks
here.
for bearing with us.
No time. Do you have anything for us, Phyllis?
The only one thing that I have is, we wanted to invite the board to, a board member to be represented on our diversity, equity, and inclusion action team once we're getting ready to get the draft report. And if a board member would like to be a part of that, not a requirement, but we thought we would open it up to someone who wanted to be on there. There is a meeting on May 10th and May 12th. It's two 4-hour meetings that the group is committing to, as well as reading the draft report.
May 10th, we have a regular meeting.
May 10th.
There's a regular meeting for us.
Right, me
The
too.
10th is a regular, yeah.
I think it's probably in the morning, but I'll have to look.
I would be,
Okay.
I would be interested in being on it, and I'm not sure about the 10th, whether,
I will see if I can't find,
So our meeting starts at 12.
yeah.
Unless there's a exec session.
No, that's
Oh,
a
regular meeting.
Regular
Oh,
meeting.
Wednesday
regular
meeting.
meeting, okay. Mhm.
We did it around Lamont coming here because of the Board of Health retreat on the 11th.
That Thursday.
Right.
And we also have the airport open
Did you
house
say
on
the
that Thursday.
12th? The 12th
Yeah,
also.
the 10th is a
I'm
conflict.
going to the airport open house.
Well,
It's 10 to 2, so that's a conflict. We'll have to figure that out.
well, I might have a
For tomorrow?
conflict on the 12th
11.
also. That's something I would have to decide. But in terms of serving on that subject matter, I
Uh-huh.
would be very interested in that.
Okay, we'll see what we can do, Steve, with maybe just, if you don't have a conflict on the 12th, it's 9 to 1. It's at the airport,
It's at the airport. Interesting.
the AOC, the,
The
I
big
know that-
meeting
when is
room
the
over there.
airport closing again?
Yeah, when is the airport?
That
closing?
week.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have it on the runway.
So that
I wanna
could
take my bike out
possibly
there.
work.
You
if
can
we-
do that on the 11th.
If I could leave at
I might be
1,
I wonder if you can.
that might actually work.
You can take your bike there
timing-wise.
too.
I'll be in touch
You
with
ride
you
your
then,
bike
Steve.
I'm gonna
And
drive
that
there
was-
with kids.
That was the only item that I had. There was nothing else from Charlotte.
And Phyllis, what was the time, scheduled time on the 10th?
9 to 1.
On the 10th also?
Oh,
Well,
on
the
the 10th,
10th
I'm
is
sorry.
something
It's
to
10 to 2, so you would probably only be able to be there in the morning. It's in this building, though, on the Wednesday, so,
If it's in this room, there's gonna be a conflict.
no, it's in the 3rd floor.
Okay.
But at least it's an easy commute.
And if you moved it back from 9 to 1, it wouldn't,
Or from 8 to
yeah,
noon.
To 8 to 12,
yeah.
I will get with
'Cause I
Ashley.
know Lamont,
Okay.
Lamont's
If
coming up
you
here.
get sick or you go
I've
out of town or
done,
something, I'll
I've
be your
done
backup.
10-hour meetings before. That's back to
Okay.
back.
Well, you
Let
could
me
be-
know
could
if
be
something
longer.
comes up, Steve. If something comes up, let me know and I'll fill in for
It could be longer.
Okay.
you. Any other board discussion?
Nope.
I want to talk for just a minute about your idea about buying land instead of giving TDRs. Can we talk about that for just a couple of minutes?
Go right
I
ahead.
mean, it's what we talked about when we had the Redstone thing, and I mean, I don't know what's gonna come out of the growth committee, but it just seems like it would be great if we had some other mechanism, or if TDRs were different than they are. And,
Thank you, I agree.
And I think you need to talk to
Yeah, I mean,
finance and
some of the
budgeting
difference
about a
between
budget.
a takings procedure is you know what you're dealing with. Like part of TDRs is like we're sort of speculating against our worst future. You know, and I struggle to
Yeah,
resolve that.
yeah. Yeah, I do
sometimes.
too.
There was absolutely nothing to do with the takings in that review. Nothing.
It could have gone to a takings, right? If
No.
we denied it?
We used to
No.
make them go through that process before they could
No,
come in and
no,
ask for.
that's totally different.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was totally different in the
But
past.
there was a letter from, I believe it was the attorney, or maybe, who said, they don't want to do a takings, then they don't want to do this, you know.
It's not a takings. It's nowhere near it.
You have to, they have to come in with an application, then you have to deny the application, deny development, right? And then it would come back to you again as the takings, and then you have to figure out how to remedy the taking. Is that right?
So anyway, yeah,
So there's no development application in front of you, so there's no way to get anywhere near a takings.
They would have to do that
Right.
to get a taking.
I'm saying the difference is in a takings, you, or in a denial of a development, you know what you're denying. You know the merits of the project
Oh, I
that's
see
been,
what you're saying,
has
yeah.
been proposed to you.
Mhm.
Whereas with like constrained site TDR, we're sort of
Buying
guessing
it.
that,
Yeah.
you know.
You could or
that-
couldn't develop.
Yeah.
Well, but then, so then the
We're
process
guessing
would
that
be,
they-
we would sit
deny
through
that
a land
in the
use
future, and
application,
we don't
they'd
know
have
what
to.
that is.
They were saying that you'd have to sit through a land use application, you'd have to have staff go through it, which is time consuming and expensive. It takes time and energy on both parties.
And so, but that doesn't apply if you find a site constrained and you deny the TDR, it's just too damn bad for them?
Yep.
Then they're gonna come in with
What's
the
the, what's the
development.
hardship? That you allowed 3 easements to go across your property and constrained it?
Yeah.
But You just gotta put your chains on when you go up that road, your chains on when you come down, right?
Well, I definitely don't think that Robert put that road in, from what I've heard. But
Well, just think about how the FedEx guys get up and down there to deliver all those packages.
They don't. They leave
It's
them at the
not-
bottom and they get stolen.
I'm sorry, it's not that terrible.
No, they do.
A road. I mean, think of some of those roads on Crystal River that go straight up.
Just when it
appropriate to
gets
be having these
glazed.
conversations
Yes,
right now.
exactly. Just when it gets
glazed.
glazed.
So I have to tell a story.
Well,
This really
I just
happened.
want a point of order here.
yeah.
Is
I
this
know.
okay to have a
No, I don't-
conversation
I don't-
about
I'm
this
not- I'm not
approval right now?
comfortable.
If you're talking in general terms,
Well, we
that's
were.
fine, but you know.
Right,
you
well,
know,
I guess to finish Francie's point, I would love to say, yes, it'd be nice to know what other options are available and also to understand the true cost of issuing TDRs.
TDRs,
Because
yeah.
I think in the past, they've been handed out like lollipops on a whim, in my opinion, and they do come at a cost. They come at a social cost to the community, but it's so easy to ignore that because it's not, it's ephemeral until it lands somewhere. That we all complain about the size of houses. So I think there ought to be alternatives, and when a piece of land is of marginal value, it's very possible that the value of that land is so low that it is something that we would consider buying separately, or somebody else would. Perhaps the neighbors would buy it if they said, hey, it's only worth X, let's pool our money, like as somebody suggested. So I just think we should have a mechanism to consider that. So it isn't always go to the TDR solution, which is, honestly, it's a windfall, regardless if it sells for $1 million or $2 million or whatever.
Or 400,000.
Well, but, and
It's
I
a
think
windfall.
that's a discussion we need to have, but not maybe right in the middle of the application.
Well, I know, but we
Well,
haven't
I
had
know,
the
that's
discussion
the
yet.
problem.
That's what we need to have part of our growth management when we're reviewing
Right.
TDRs.
We're kind of waiting for our growth committee to
Yeah.
come back
And
to us
that's the
before we do that.
frustration.
I know,
So-
and
June
that's
6th.
been our problem all along. It's just like the aesthetic pond thing.
Right,
We
but-
need to make an actual, whatever it
Right,
is, on it, so that we don't, so that every application doesn't get embroiled in it. And
Yes.
I think that also part of it is that I really want to try to restrict or inhibit TDR prospecting. And, you know.
Me too.
People are looking for, hey, wait a minute, we could go out and.
I know.
You know, all of a
Completely
sudden,
agree.
these mine claims in the high country are worth something when before they really weren't. And they weren't, you know, all of a sudden we've created value. And whenever we do a TDR also, we're inflating the value of the surrounding properties dramatically.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty
So-
sure we have people who go out to
Prospect.
property owners and say, hey, have you considered
Right.
getting a
Sure.
TDR?
It's a new industry.
We should show them, you have to, then to do that, you have to watch our meetings and see what torture we put you through, so maybe they would change their mind.
4 hours.
That's
for $1
my
million
rationale
bucks?
for today's meeting.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
And now you understand this, today's meeting.
But of course, they
You know
did
what-
have to buy the
You know what I
property.
would really like to do right now? I would like to present a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Are you asking us to stop talking?
No, I'm putting a motion out to get you to stop talking.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Discussion. If we adjourn now, then I have all this extra time I have to kill before my time to leave.
Well, I drove, so I could give you a ride.
Well, I have a poor dog I left at home today rather than bring her in under the table, which I
All
should
those
have.
in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Thanks, staff.
Yeah, you twisted my arm.
Do you want to ride to Snowmass?